event of its kind, but which also commemorates 30 years of African Global.
A day like this is really important because it is a day that brings a lot of people together, people from different walks of life, entrepreneurs, government officials, policymakers, professionals from all walks of life. And that alone, it's great in itself, you know. The networking that will be displayed will be something that would benefit each and everyone who is present here today.
Today has been a very, very exciting day for me, and probably not only for me, but for the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem in the Gambia, because so many people actually applied for this. But then I would say we are among the few lucky ones to be among the top 10. So we are all very, very lucky, and we are all very appreciative of what Mr. Panjai and the team are actually doing in terms of giving back to the society. We really appreciate it, and we hope actually there are more people like Mr. Panjai and the team who will actually give back to the society actually.
The staff startup actually had about close to 100 entries this year, and some elimination was done, and we ended up with 10 finalists. Now, out of the 10 finalists today, we're going to give out 7 consolation prizes. So the minimum that these ladies and gentlemen will work out with is $50,000 as a consolation prize. And then the star prize is $1 million, whilst the first runner-up walks away with $500,000, and then the second runner-up $250,000. So the first runner-up is Usman Rahman, Next Doorstep Express. Now obviously the star prize goes to Gabi Green Hectares. And can I ask Madam Vice President, please?
I am Mohammed Jabi. I am the founder and the manager of Jabi Green Hectares. Jabi Green Hectares is a 10-hectare farmland that is located in Jalambang West Coast region, and we are specialized in horticultural and citrus production.
Second Taf Icon recipient, Oko Drame, is now a producer residing in Europe and in Kenya, and has been a major force in presenting a great variety of African singers, composers, instrumentalists through the renowned African Music Festival, which he is the founder and chairman.
Allow me to observe at the outset that these are exciting times in the Gambia, where a new beginning has given hope to the promise of nation rebuilding on the crucial pillars of good governance, equal opportunity, development, and respect for the rule of law. An era where innovative and an entrepreneurial spirit can thrive, where ideas and innovation can take root and be cultivated, where the potential of all Gambians can be fostered without distinction, and where different sectors of society constructively interact and are galvanized in the service of a common cause. That is, to build, hand in hand, a stronger, secure, and prosperous Gambia. I wish to thank Mr. Mustafa Njai, fondly called Taf, for his leadership and vision for the youths of this country, whom he places as important actors for the development of our country.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Mustafa Njai and his team on this 5th Tafcon and the attainment of a major milestone for Staff Africa Global, which is celebrating 30 years successful operations, first in the Gambia and then in the sub-region.
you. Thank you. Maybe I will just stand here because I don't want to give back to our honorables who are here. First of all, allow me to say how much I'm delighted, and it's really to thank Mustafa Njai, who is somehow my Njatige in Banjul, because he was the first one to welcome me when I arrived a few months ago. And not only in terms of welcoming us, but when we talk about Mustafa, I think each of us has a special relationship, which means that it's my brother, you know, or my dad. And I think it comes from the humility that he's demonstrated throughout what we have seen in these videos for more than 30 years, but he's always incarnating on a daily basis. And thank you really for that and for all the contribution. I'm standing here to also praise the fact that this event is very special because he's celebrating 3 decades, and then we are entering a new decade, which is the decade for action for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. And somehow, sometimes in French we say, "Y a pas de hasard," so that everything that Mustafa and throughout his contribution has done for this country, and I would say for Africa, as a development influencer, can be known, especially by the youth, so that they really have reference to look up. We were discussing about all the capacities that we were discovering on a daily basis within the Gambia, outside the Gambia, and people may sometimes don't know, not only in the Gambia, but throughout Africa, that need to be known as at the largest scale. Because for the achievement of these development goals, which are mainly people-centered, it's important to have models like the one in the room, and I cannot say names because we all have them in mind, but it's a pride to have it, especially when we enter an important decade, which is also a decade of many challenges, emerging challenges that nobody was foreseeing 20 or 30 years ago. And the fact that we have this special panel this morning makes me also very proud, because we are entering a decade where we are celebrating the 75 years of the UN, but we are also celebrating the 25 years of the Beijing conference, where we really set the agenda. I was a young participant in Beijing 25 years ago, and it's really a set of momentum for the action to reinforce gender empowerment and set the stage on the next step to make sure that what we are talking about gender is a reality in our household, in our daily life. We are living transformation, especially with the youth. We went to so many regions with Mustafa, and thank you for taking that time to always to be, like you said, the youth power, but also to make sure that this sense of entitlement that you were mentioning when we went in the regions, whether it was in Soma, throughout the country, this sense of entitlement that sometimes we are seeing is not really taken as granted, but people need to know what are the passes to make sure that they can achieve and contribute for the lives that are valued. And finally, I would would like to also reiterate our commitment as UN, especially as UNDP, because we have the integrator role of making all the SDGs a reality, not only for the Gambia, but throughout the globe. And we are present in over 174 countries, and it's really a historic moment for the Gambia to make the difference and set foundations that can help to build a strong nation. And I think what we are being witnesses the past 3 years, and what we have heard yesterday and what we will hear also today, shows a commitment for the Gambian to open a new chapter and to make this decade for action a reality for all. I really thank you from my heart, Mustafa, my brother, my friend, and my Njatige, I would say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Aissata. Thank you. I have to do this before we officially commence with the second session of the TAF Africa Global Conference. Please, if you're excited to be here and ready to grasp as much knowledge as possible, I need you to put your hands together for yourselves. So we'll now start with the first session for today, which is Empowering Gambian Women for Sustainable and Equitable Development. We all crave for a world where women and girls are given equal opportunities to representation, equal opportunities to explore beyond their potentials. No stereotyping, no sexism, no gender-based violence. Just a world where women and men are allowed to shine equally. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing the moderator for this session, who is no other person but our very own mentor, a woman with a distinctive personality that we all look up to. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I hand over the baton to Madam Fatou Bensouda. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind words, and good morning to all of you. Once again, I'm quite impressed with the turnout this morning, especially for this topic. It's really a very, very important one that concerns us all, not just women, but also the men, our partners. For the topic this morning, I have a very distinguished panel that is going to discuss the empowering of Gambian women for sustainable and equitable development. Within that topic, we will also have subtopics like gender-based violence, addressing a rising tide, and eliminating stereotyping, which is providing equal opportunities, dealing with inequity, and breaking social norms, which is institutionalized gender discrimination. As I said, all of these topics are very, very important and relevant for discussion, very topical. And it is really not only in the Gambia, but as we have seen, this transcends. It is all over the world that we have this problem. And the fight for women equality, and by equality I just want to qualify that it's partnership that really we're seeking for, partnership to be able to develop ourselves, especially our country. Because you cannot move forward with only half your population. You have to get everybody involved, including the women, and give them their rightful place and empower them to be able to also realize their full potential. And if you look at the subtopics that we are discussing this morning, it cuts across. If we really want to empower, we have to look at the issues of gender-based violence, which, as we said here, it's a rising tide. But it has been there for a long time. It's just that we've now stopped to say, okay, we look at this. This is not okay. We cannot carry on with that. And also, if you look at the issue of eliminating stereotyping, this affects us all from everywhere. And we as women, we as men, all of us as women and men, should be involved in making sure that these change. Because it's not just for the benefit of women, it is for the benefit of all. Yesterday in my opening remarks, I said that I believe that equality for women is progress for all. And I'm sincerely convinced that this is what it should be. This is the case. So we're going to go into these discussions this morning. It's not my show today. It's really the show of my most eminent panel, whom I'm very, very pleased to introduce this morning. And I will start with none other than the Honorable Minister Fatou Kinte Sanyang. I will just briefly introduce all of them with their different backgrounds. I know you can also find it in the brochure, but just to say that briefly, that Fatou Kinte Sanyang, our Minister for Women's Affairs, Children and Social Welfare, attained a BA in Sociology and History. and she came home to join the Gambia Family Planning Association for 7 years and has risen through the ranks to the position of Program Officer, Information, Education and Communication. And in 1999, she left again for Cardiff, United Kingdom, to pursue a master's degree in population development at the University of Wales. And with her experience in advocacy for the rights of women and children, she served the Director of Women's Bureau and coordinated several projects. And before this appointment as minister, she was the National Coordinator of FGM, Female Genital Mutilation, and Gender for the UNFPA. Please put your hands together for the Honorable Minister. We also have with us this morning Anta Tal, who is an economist with 11 years of professional experience in international development, in trade and investment, public-private partnerships, and capital market development. She is currently working at the International Trade Center in Geneva as a fellow. She has also worked for the Ministries of Trade, Industry and Development, and Economic Planning and Industrial Development. And most recently, she's worked at the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs in the Gambia. And most of our work in government focuses on policy analysis and development, policy dialogue and coordination and research in the area of trade and private sector development. Another eminent panelist that we have this morning is Mr. Seth Mati Jau, who is a political science lecturer and a researcher at the University of the Gambia, and he's focusing on Gambian politics. But at the same time, over the past few years, he's worked as a social justice activist, widely on children and youth and related policies. He's also tackled issues like harmful traditional practices, such as FGM and child marriage. And he has served as the National Coordinator for Safe Hands, the Gambia, one of the biggest gender-based organizations in the Gambia, working on issues affecting women and girls. Please, again, put your hands together for both Anta and Seth Mati. Then, last but not least, of course, we have our Mary Khan. Our Mary is the founder and CEO of The Woman Boss, which is a global creative space for women and girls by women, where they curate, collaborate, engage, and learn by focusing on entrepreneurship, innovation, and leadership. She is also the CEO and principal consultant of Akan Incorporation, a management consulting company, and the founder and CEO of Innovate Gambia, which are initiatives created to help revitalize economic development in the Gambia and the region. She is also the president of Point Click Technologies, which is a cloud management company, and it operates in 4 continents, the USA, in Africa, in Europe, and Asia. She was also the executive vice president and the chief financial and operating officer for Carolina Small Business Development Fund, managing their social impact investment portfolio. As you can see, with this very impressive CV, she has worked over 20 years in financial, nonprofit management, and innovative entrepreneurship ecosystems. She's again the founder of North Carolina's Black Entrepreneurship Week, and the first ever partnership, which is the first ever partnership between a university and loan fund to create an innovation and entrepreneurship center in a minority community. She's done much more, but I will stop here. And I will let you read the rest of what she has done. So as you can see, this is a very, very impressive panel that we have this morning. Please put your hands together for her. And for the different subtopics that we will be discussing, on gender-based violence, addressing a rising tide, we'll have the Honorable Minister will address that, and Seth will also be addressing those issues. On eliminating stereotyping, which is providing equal opportunities dealing with inequity. Again, Seth is one of those who will address this issue, as well as our Mary Khan. And for breaking social norms, institutionalized gender discrimination, ANTA will be addressing that. I'm going to start off by giving the panelists about 5 minutes, with the exception of the Honorable Minister. She has a lot to say, obviously, and heading a ministry which is one with a very vast portfolio. It's a big ministry. I think it is only fair that we give her that opportunity to be able to do that. But the panelists will address you briefly, and then we will have an interactive session, and finally we will turn it over to the public to come up with your questions, of course your comments or your suggestions. So we'll kick off with giving the floor to the Honorable Minister. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Chairperson, participants, fellow panelists, all the protocols duly and respectfully observed. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this panel discussion as we mark 30 years of the existence of Global. The topic of the discussion is empowering Gambian women for equitable and sustainable development. And my contribution in this will be on gender-based violence, addressing a rising tide. Violence against women is any form of action against a woman or a girl child with the intention of causing harm. One of the obstacles to women's empowerment is violence, which in itself is a human rights violation. Gender-based violence undermines the health, dignity, and autonomy of its victims. The Gambia is among the countries that have signed and ratified the International Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women, otherwise known as CEDAW, as well as the Protocol to the Africa on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa. Despite this, however, most people, more specifically women and girls, are subjected to abuse. Violence can be classified into physical, sexual, and psychological. While the physical forms of violence include battering, the sexual forms include rape, sexual harassment, female genital mutilation, early and forced marriages. The psychological forms of violence include malice, constant criticism, deprivation of resources for physical needs, denial of sexual relationship, persistently staying away from home, especially at night, refusing the wife's food, serious restrictions on the woman's movements in terms of attending social functions, visiting friends and relatives. Let us remember that thousands of women and girls continue to be victims of all forms of sexual and gender-based violence. There is sexual harassment in the homes, workplaces, learning institutions, in the streets, in public transport, and the list goes on. Many of these go unreported and continue to be shrouded in the culture of silence, giving the perpetrators the opportunity to continue offending women and girls. It is unacceptable that these human rights violations continue to threaten the lives and futures of so many women and girls. It is an affront to their human dignity, an assault to their health, and an impediment to their well-being, to the well-being of their families, communities, and countries. Human development cannot take place, cannot be fully achieved as long as women and girls continue to suffer from these human rights violations or live in fear of them. The government of the Gambia is committed to to ensuring that fundamental human rights of women and girls are protected and fulfilled. The Gambia is a signatory to the international human rights treaties and the corresponding instruments. Among these are the CEDAW that I mentioned earlier, the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, CRC, as well as the UN General Assembly resolution for the complete elimination of FGMC, which the Gambia adopted in 1979, 1989, and 2012, respectively. As part of its commitment to implement this, the following were legislated: the Women's Act 2010 and its amendment in 2015, the Domestic Violence Act in 2013, the Sexual Offences Act of 2013, and the Children's Act and its amendment in 2016. The chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, in November 2018, the Attorney General's Chambers and the Ministry of Justice inaugurated the Gender Unit within the Attorney General's Chambers. This unit comprises of staff of the Ministry of Justice, the Gender Unit of the Gambia Police Force, the Prosecution Unit of the Gambia Police Force, and the Department of Social Welfare. The unit has been tasked, among other things, to ensure that prosecution of cases of sexual and gender-based violence, as well as maintain contact with the survivors on sexual and gender-based violence. And I must emphasize that this is key in restoring the dignity and self-esteem of the survivors. It is indeed another landmark in this history of protecting the rights of girls and women in the Gambia. Protecting the rights of all individuals, more so that of women and girls in a society characterized by a high rate of gender inequality, gender insensitivity, patriarchy, unequal power relations in favor of men and boys, high rates of traditional practices which are harmful to the well-being of women and girls, is everybody's responsibility. This has made all of us to be defenders of the human rights of women and girls. Over the years, a lot of work was done in terms of capacity building of the police. In sexual and gender-based violence and the role of the police in the management of such cases. And I want to give a little history to that. The reason why the focus was on the police was simply because when a case used to be reported, the police used to refer to it as a domestic matter, not warranting their intervention. This was the reason why in 2012, UNFPA came up with a program where gender and gender-based violence was integrated into the training curricula of the Gambia Police Force. And then a training manual for the police was developed, and 30 trainers of the training school were trained on the use of the manual. And also a gender unit established at the police training school and equipped. It was followed by a series of trainings, and over 1,500 police officers in the field were also trained on gender and gender-based violence and the role of the police in managing such cases. As a result of that program, the other security apparatus like immigration, the army, and the others also wanted similar support. And UNFPA didn't give that support because of the funding constraints, but then the ministry is looking into that because at the time I was the one coordinating that program. Now that I'm in the ministry, the onus is on myself and my staff to make sure that we do something similar for all the other security forces. This continued to be followed by the continuous sensitization of communities through radio and TV programs on SGBV and the role of the police. As a result, we have seen an increase in the number of cases reported to the police. FLAG, that's the Female Lawyers Association of the Gambia, the one-stop centers for victims of gender-based violence. There are two such centers. One is at the Royal Victoria Teaching Hospital, and there's another in Bansang. But recently, another one has been established at the Serekunda Hospital. That is the one-stop centers for victims. And the reason for using the facilities, health facilities, is to make sure that you have the supermarket sort of service, because you have the health people, the social workers, and the police are also easily come in. So when a victim reports, a thorough check is done, and a proper report is done. A thorough check is done, and a proper report done, so that the right interventions can be made. And with all of these interventions, I just want to share another example of cases. In 2014, there were 14 cases reported. Out of the 14, 3 were sexual and gender-based of nature, and 11 other cases. That was October 2014 to December 2014. In 2015, between January and December, there were 92 cases of SGBV reported, 290 of other cases reported, and a total of 382 cases. Between January and December of 2016, SGBV, that's sexual and gender-based violence cases, we have 203 reported, and other cases of gender-based violence, 163, and a total of 366 reported. Between January and December of 2017, there were 153 cases of sexual and gender-based reported, 250 other cases reported, and a total of 403 cases altogether. Between January and December of 2018, 123 cases of sexual and gender-based reported, 198 other cases reported, and a total of 334 cases. We are still waiting for the cases reported in 2019. And this data was collected by the Women's Bureau from the Network Against Sexual and Gender-Based Violence. Yes, we have the cases being reported to the police, and what is missing from the data is the cases that have been prosecuted. The chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, FGM is another form of sexual and gender-based violence, which is a human rights violation, and it has devastating health and reproductive health consequences for our girls and women. In November 2015, the practice of FGM or cutting was banned and subsequently criminalized in the Gambia, marking an impressive milestone in the country's journey to end FGM and ensure that the fundamental human rights of girls and women are protected and fulfilled. With support from UN agencies and other agencies as well, this significant accomplishment came to pass after several years of sensitization and training of individuals and communities by GAMCO Tribe and other women's rights NGOs and government partners, of course, reinforced by stringent advocacy, decision, and policymakers. As a result, where FGMC used to be a taboo subject in both communities and in homes, today the issue has become a household word. And we have seen the intervention of quite a good number of youth organizations and youth NGOs also intervening in creating awareness and creation on the harmful effects of FGM across the country. Similarly, advocacy efforts of all partners resulted in government legislating against child marriage, which is another form of SGBV. A lot of work was also done in that area, and now we are seeing both government and NGOs, more especially youth NGOs, also addressing this issue, that's child marriage, through sensitization workshops and other forms of sensitization across the country. And I think that's quite remarkable. The mere fact that we have young people taking up these things up, I think is worth a commendation. Even though we have registered some gains by putting in place the necessary legislative framework, we have to work even harder to make them work. This requires the efforts of all, such as government, the UN agencies, donor partners, CSOs, individuals, communities, and families. Our responsibilities or rules might be different, but the objectives are the same, and that is to eliminate all forms of sexual and gender-based violence from the face of the Gambian soil. Women and girls form over 50% of the population of Gambia. No meaningful development can take place if their rights continue to be violated and their health and dignity and autonomy undermined. I would urge all the partners to come together in support of programs against sexual and gender-based violence in order to ensure the full participation of women and girls in the socio-economic development of the Gambia. For without their full contribution, socio-economic development cannot be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those remarks and analysis. As you can see, there has been efforts. There continue to be efforts at the domestic level, but also at the international level. The Honorable Minister has cited various treaties, conventions, and resolutions at the very highest level, which have been mainly to address this very serious issue. But what you can also note is that despite the efforts, the statistics are going up. It's not coming down, and this is something that should worry all of us. And we must continue to, as the Honorable Minister urges all of us, we must continue to find ways in which we can address this. And by doing so, we also need to be innovative and think of new ways in which we can actually step out of the box sometimes if we have to and address these issues. But let me give the floor to Anta to also comment on this very important topic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. Basically, a lot of the times when we talk about women and girls, we tend to focus a lot on those at the base of the pyramid. I would like to start my intervention by highlighting the many women that are already breaking barriers and already breaking through societal norms. We have amongst our Miss Fatou Bensouda. She's one of our own, and she represents the voice of women, the voice of basically part of the women that are shaping the global economy. I have interacted with women such as Amina Mohammed. She's a Nigerian, a Muslim from the northern part of Nigeria, and she is breaking barriers across the globe. She is number 2 in the UN. I attended the ACP a couple of weeks ago in Nairobi, and I met the Prime Minister of Barbados, and so many other women that are doing amazing work that is not being acknowledged and they are not being celebrated. And I wanted to start by acknowledging and commending these women that continue to inspire and motivate women like myself. Coming back home to the Gambia, I think there's a lot of evidence that highlight the fact that 51% of our population is made up of women. And these women are found in mostly the productive sectors of the economy. They are the women in agriculture, and not women that are located within the lower part of the value chain, but they are the women that are adding value to the agricultural products, producing food. They are the women in the fisheries industry, adding value, smoking the fish, going through all the hard labor in terms of value addition to enable us to have food on our tables, but also to export. They are the women in textiles as well as handicrafts. And these women contribute a lot to the development of our economies. They are entrepreneurs, they create jobs, they generate income for the economy, as well as foreign exchange in terms of GDP contribution as well. And these women must be acknowledged. I would also like to basically acknowledge the efforts that has been currently ongoing, because it is the first that we've had a Minister of Agriculture who happens to be a woman in the Gambia. We now have We now have the Ministry of Women's Affairs, and we do have some level of representation at the Parliament. I've seen Tumanjai here. She's one of the many women that are actually breaking the norms. And we need to celebrate such individuals within our societies. However, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. The UN Resident Coordinator has highlighted the fact that at the global level, there's been a lot of efforts in terms of empowering women and promoting gender parity. SDG Goal 5 and SDG Goal 8 focuses on these two priority areas. However, the evidence we have seen lately has highlighted the fact that at the pace that we're going, we are far behind from meeting these objectives. In fact, if we don't change the mindset, and not just at the local level, not just at the African level, even in the Western world, it might take us up to 100 years to meet these goals and objectives. So it calls for collaboration, both from the government side, from the private sector side, and civil society, as well as academia, to move this agenda forward. I will stop here for now until we come back to the second round.
Thank you very much, Anta, for a short, precise, but very, very, I would even say, analytical situation, and especially highlighting those women who are breaking barriers. It's important to highlight them. I always say that it is possible for all women. I mean, some of us, or most of us, were raised to believe that we have our place, and that's where we should stop. But I always say that there is no glass ceiling. Even if there is a glass ceiling, we have to shatter that ceiling. We cannot allow it to. So this is what really should guide us, especially the young women and girls. This is what they need to know, that the sky is the limit. You cannot really say that this is where you should end or this is where you should stop. We can go all the way, and we can do the work. This is also important to say. It's not just because we as women, we have to be given a quota because we are women and we are trying to solve this problem. No, women should equip themselves and be in a position to attain these very important jobs and roles, and also show that they are competent to carry those roles. It's equally important. But let me give it to now Seth for his remarks.
Thank you very much. So for today, I will try to change my name. I'll cover this word, and I am Moti today. But thank you very much, Madam Bensouda, for giving me the opportunity, and also for Tafcon for inviting me to talk. I wanted to start by saying that there are two words that I don't really like, and that is empowerment and there's this quota system. And then you just explained to that fact. Because I believe these two words have been used constantly to regurgitate a system that has been, that has helped to continuously undermine the progress of our partners, of women, in the interest of giving them places, or we need to empower women because they are our partners. I don't like those things. But today, that's not the reason why I'm talking. That's not the reason why I'm here. But I want to take us through a process, and for us to understand the current state of where we are, and as highlighted by the previous panelists. Even though there are efforts where we're trying to create this gender balance. I want to take us back to 1960s. In the 60s, when Augusta Jawara, writing, using the pen name Ramatulai Kinte, wrote this brilliant play called The Rebellion. And the idea of the rebellion was to challenge the power structures, whether it is a social, cultural, that exists, that deny women that right, that right to enjoy their humanity. And in 2020 today, we're still discussing about the same power structures that continue to hinder the progress of women, and generally, I can say, the progress of this country. And this must stop. And if we want it to stop, we must also start rethinking the ways in which we have been socialized into understanding these different dynamics. Why is it that today whenever we're talking about gender-based violence, like the Honorable Minister mentioned, you go to the police will take it as a domestic issue, because it is seen as a woman's problem. You know, it's not seen as a criminal. For me, I see it as a crime to beat a woman, to mutilate a girl. I see this as criminal actions, because you are denying the person their full potential to enjoy their human rights. And this cannot be seen as a woman issue, but it must be seen as a criminal issue, and it must be taken from that point on. But the power structures continue to remain, and that's why we continue to talk about these issues. And for me, one thing that we used to do at Safe Hands for Girls, and right now I think they still continue to do that, is to making the case for girls. I'm sorry, the older women, because I think you're a generation that we have lost, but I think based on our current generation and also the younger generation, we need to rethink our strategy. We need to rethink the way that we intervene in terms of how do we want to create that equality, how do we want to create that balance. And for us, we believe that we need to challenge these power structures. And why do we need to challenge these power structures? Because when we're talking about health, in this country, we know, evidence has shown that it is between 10 to 14 years that we see that the lives of girls begin to derail, that the issues of poverty comes in. Then we see issues of violence against women begin to start. And at the end of the day, we also see that these young girls are not given that opportunity to move further. And so historically also programming that targets these young women is only created to target young women or girls that will come to these programs and isolate a greater number of these women within the community. So in terms of our interventions, we must also start thinking about how do we reach the girls that are in the lowest of the communities, places where they are very hard to reach, where we build their assets, their social assets, because these power dynamics are continuously being posed and sustained by the power relations that exist. And for me, I think as a start, I would say that in order to change, in order to create this enabling environment where the 51% of the population that continue to produce the food that we eat, that continue to maintain the economic survival of this country, must be recognized. And in that, we must change the power structures. And in doing that, we must change the social structures, and also we must change the economic dynamics that continue to impede women. For me, I will just use this as a starting point, and then subsequently we'll engage broadly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for those remarks. Even though I will insist on calling you Seth and not Matty, because I do believe that as a man also, you do have a role. You have a rightful place to sit here and to discuss those issues. As I said, both men and women should engage as partners to be able to move this forward. You cannot leave it in the hands of women and say that it is your thing. It is not your thing. It is, as women, it is our thing as a community. But thank you very much for those remarks. And last but not least, I will give the floor to our Mary to give your intervention.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
All right. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, special guests, honorable guests. Thank you, Uncle Tuff, for creating this platform to galvanize ideas on how to further our nation's development, especially on gender equality and the woman agenda. We all know that women continue to face significant barriers to equality. Because of unconscious gender biases, many go unnoticed. Women still do the vast majority of unpaid work in the home and workplace. Our cultures are often out of date and designated to accommodate the needs of women. Unconscious bias is pervasive and often goes unaddressed. Globally, women are underrepresented in corporations. there are only 27 women heads of states in the world. 70% of discretionary spending is done by women. And we all know, we spend 90% of our income on our families. Studies also show that women are most innovative. We pay off our debt. So then where are the women? We are here. We have simply been plagued by gender inequalities for generations. All these factors and more result in a pipeline problem in business. There are just not enough women making it to senior leadership roles or in board seats. While more women than ever have primary and secondary degrees, only 6.6% of Fortune 500 companies are CEOs. With 51% of our nation in the Gambia being women, we represent less than 30% of our government. I want to share some of my experiences as an executive in the US, and then since I returned a year ago in the Gambia. So at a young early age of 24, I was promoted from a staff accountant to a chief financial officer. My age at that time was one obstacle. However, being young and a woman created a harmful environment for me. I have heard questions such as, I'm sure most of you can relate, can you please make me some coffee? Can you bring me water? Can you hang my coat up for me? I have also heard statements such as, I hope you're not pregnant. Women belong at home. Leave it alone. That's a job for a man. Why educate girls when in the long term, they're only going to stay at home and become wives? So then, how do we eliminate stereotyping, we think? We must ask. By being intentional. By being intentional about hiring women, by being intentional about educating girls, by being intentional about promoting women to leadership positions, by being intentional about recruiting women for boards, by being intentional about being socially conscious and sensitizing the country on issues on gender equality, violence, sex education. By being intentional that Anta, I think, mentioned, celebrating women. But not only that, women need to celebrate women. I'll stop there for now.
Thank you very much. Mary, I like the way that you've ended, that women should celebrate women. I believe it is critically important that we continue to have the support of fellow women as well, to encourage us to move forward. It's women alone, but also women and men. I just want to come back to ask a few questions based on the presentations that you've made. And I will start with the Honorable Minister. In your presentation, you have discussed the many challenges that are faced, but also the efforts that are being made to counter those challenges. And we noted at the very beginning, at least in terms of statistics, we saw that despite the efforts that are being made, the numbers are not going down. Personally, maybe I should just mention also that this is not only happening at the national, domestic level, it's also happening at the international level. And when it comes to sexual and gender-based crimes, what we have seen, in my position as a prosecutor, what we have seen is that the issue of gender-based violence in conflict is not going down. And despite the convictions that we have at the various international criminal tribunals, it is still going up. And any conflict that comes up, even after convictions that we've seen and the efforts that we're making, you see that sexual and gender-based crimes is rising in those conflicts, takes place. And the statistics also keep going up. And I have always thought that we should use our positions to see what can be done to address that. So one of the first things I did as prosecutor of the ICC is to come out with a policy on sexual and gender-based crimes. And that policy was, since 2014, I think 2 years after I became prosecutor, I took out the policy, which was based on very wide consultations. I consulted states, I consulted civil society, I consulted diplomats, I consulted academics, and we discussed this, and they sent their suggestions, and most of this was incorporated in the policy. And today what I decided to do was to make sure that, yes, it's good to come out with policies, but it's even better to make sure that those policies are implemented. So I have training across my office, from those who analyze the crimes, to those who investigate, to those who prosecute. And this policy is being implemented because I thought that it is an opportunity. I thought it is an opportunity in my position to use that to be able to do something to address the issue of sexual and gender-based crimes. And if you look at all my charges across the cases, I've made sure that wherever I find the evidence on sexual and gender-based crimes, I make sure it is charged. And even the recent case of Al-Mahdi in Mali, who was not only destroying cultural property, but was also engaged in forced marriages, seizing girls and making them marry other people in the northern part of Mali. So he has also been charged with these crimes. So it is important that I believe that we should use this opportunity to be able to implement. But I will come back to what you were saying. You said, despite the efforts, the numbers are rising. What, in your opinion, do you think needs to be done further to address this scourge? Because it's really a scourge that is affecting society. What do you think, as the Minister for Gender, for Family Affairs, that we need to do more?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think, first of all, we have to congratulate ourselves for our efforts. Before, these cases were never reported. And because of what we have been doing with the police, now people are gaining confidence in the police and coming out to report. This is a remarkable achievement. It's one step towards taking care of the issues. Yes, they are reported, but many a time, families will come in again and withdraw the cases. But the police don't stop at that. If the cases are to be withdrawn by families, the police make sure that they go meet the family members and discuss these things thoroughly so that they try to avoid such interventions at the level of the family and also at the level of the community. Yes, we want to see prosecution. But again, I think what the police are doing is also one way of reducing and eventually eliminating this, because people are becoming more and more aware that it's against the human rights of the women, it's a violation of their human rights, and it's criminal, and perpetrators can face prosecution. The next thing we are also doing is to make sure that now, once the case is with the police, and in our trainings of the police officers, we are making it clear that once it is the police, there's nothing like withdrawing the cases by the family members. It becomes a concern of the government, because there is the Domestic Violence Act, there is the Sexual Offences Act, which are criminalizing these acts. So once it is the police, it can never be withdrawn. And we are working closely with the gender unit of the Attorney General's chambers. It was established purposely to make sure that when cases reach the police, they can never be withdrawn, this will be prosecuted. This is something that we are really going to work on and make sure that we set examples for Gambians. Let 2 or 3 people be sent to jail, and then people will know that these things cannot be done the way they want it done. And at the moment, there are cases at some of the police stations. I don't want to name the police stations, and I've intervened individually and to make sure that the cases are never withdrawn. These people should be sentenced to prison so that people know that it's a violation of the fundamental human rights of women and girls. Okay, and you mentioned the gender policy, which has been in my mind for quite a while, even before I left the UN. I was a UNFPA staff for a very long time, and I also did work on a UNDP project for 7 years. And we were thinking of coming up with a policy, but we had funding constraints. But now, as Minister of Women, Children and Social Welfare, we are very busy at the moment setting up the structure of the ministry. It's a big ministry. And yesterday, my sister and friend is one of those who was giving us a lot of support in that area. And we are working on the right structure for the ministry. And in that structure, I just want to inform everybody that Women's Bureau and Social Welfare are now under this ministry. Very soon, there will be anything like Women's Bureau or Social Welfare. Instead, there will be directorates under the ministry. And we are going to have a directorate on sexual and gender-based violence, which will be very solely and wholly responsible for making sure that these things don't happen anymore in our communities. And one of the things that we'll be doing as soon as that directorate is established is to come up with a SGBV policy. And we'll also come up with a strategy plan to operationalize it. I have passion for some of these things, and I will make sure that these things are put in place, and we work together with the police and other security apparatus, and of course with support from our UN agencies and other partners, to make sure that we reduce drastically the occurrence of this, and eventually in the long term, eliminate it from the surface of the Gambia. The good thing is that we are getting more and more young people getting involved, and I'm very happy about that. I remember at UNFPA, we supported a lot of young people's organizations like the Girls Agenda, Think Young Women. My colleagues will say, "Your girls." I said, yes, my girls are the future adults, and you must give them all the support. And I make sure that when their programs come to UNFPA, I give the fullest support technically and recommend financially that they be supported. And then today, they have been able to reach out to quite a number of young people. And my reason, and the reason for the UN supporting them, was because their target audience are young people. Sid Martin, in his intervention, said for the adults it's late. No, it's not late, because it's adults who can still be guiding the young people. But then our focus at UNFP and also in the other UN agencies for supporting these young women's organizations is simply because their target audience are young people. And it is young people whose mindsets we must change. They don't only talk to women and young girls, they also address in their audience, you have young women and young boys, most of whom are even adolescents. And then that way, we have to make sure that we talk to those people, change their mindsets, so that even before they grow up, they are empowered and they are able to address some of these things. And then the male members will have respect for the women, and the female will also have respect for the others. And then I just wanted to come here also with the issue of stereotyping. For stereotyping, it must start from the homes. We are all guilty of stereotyping in our homes. Girls are doing certain chores, boys are doing certain chores. Girls dress in a particular way, boys dress in a particular way. It's all wrong. Let's give them equal opportunities. I still say a big thank you to my little father. He had 5 children, but he gave us equal opportunity. He gave us equal opportunity. I learned to cook when I was in Form 3. Nobody will believe that, I'm from a Mandingo girl. If my father saw me then by the kitchen, whoever is cooking on that day is in trouble. As a result, in the family home, when I even pass by the kitchen, the person cooking will drive me away. Get out of here, I don't want your father's trouble. So that was simply because my father gave me and my brothers equal opportunity. When I was in primary 4, my father started mentioning the word university. I was like, what word is that? So I had to quickly go into a dictionary to look for the meaning of university. Because he had been saying to me, I want you to go to university. Then I looked for the word, knew the meaning, and I discussed with my teachers in primary school. Can you imagine that? Primary school, as early as that. And I worked towards it. I went to the same university with Fatumenga, Fulbe College. Then Fulbe College was Fulbe College. And then I progressed. But then, this is why I'm saying that it should come from us as parents. The stereotyping, we can eliminate as parents. Because you cannot be giving orange, pink and flashy colors to the girls and blue to the boys. And then when you're buying toys, you buy airplanes and cars for the boys, and then you buy a baby doll for the girl. What are you trying to insinuate? To let her know that her role is to take care of babies and the home. Whereas you're teaching the boy that his role is going into the greater world. So I believe, and I still strongly believe, that the onus is on us as parents to teach our boys and girls equally and give them equal opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those remarks. I think that is the way to go. For Anta, you mentioned that there is still a lot of work to be done, and there is a lot of work to be done. Have you been thinking, also yourself, what else we need to do to be able to address this issue of stereotyping. Because it's one of the, I believe that it's one of those factors that are impacting the way we think about the roles of girls and the roles of boys, the roles of women and men in society. So whether you have been thinking to say, even despite the fact that we've done a lot, as I said, and various efforts are being made, do you think that it is now time to also think out of the box now, to see, are there any other initiatives that should be taken to address this?
Thank you very much. I always tend to look at case studies that are working not just within the continent but also outside. But just looking within the African continent, a lot of the times we tend to cite countries like Rwanda and Ethiopia as model economies. And these are economies that are growing at a very fast pace, not only limited to the fact that they basically come up with policies and programs that are inclusive but also diversified. Diversification in the sense that it doesn't only look at the older generation. Within the Rwanda's cabinet, you have about 50% women representation. At the National Assembly level, you have 61% parliamentarians in Rwanda. And it's the same in Ethiopia. The latest economic outlook study that has the forecast for GDP around the world has projected Rwanda and Ethiopia as one of the fastest growing economies. And this is not by default, it is by design. In Rwanda, when I was in DC doing a program on capital markets, I was there with some of my colleagues that were 30, 20-something years of age. These were women that are heading organizations in Rwanda. If you go to the Capital Markets Authority in Rwanda, you find a 30-year-old woman heading that organization. If you go to the Rwanda Development Board, you find young and dynamic women and men, because it's not just about women and men that are very competent and capable of moving the agenda forward. And these are the skills and talents that are harnessed to drive the agenda forward. Again, coming back home, I've worked at the Ministry of Trade for about 5-6 years before moving to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance is a relatively big ministry. It has about 9 directorates, and you only have 1 female director. And that female director is given a division with less than 3 staff. Again, it may be an unconscious bias. However, this is the reality we find in our institutions. When you walk into an office, whether it's the public sector, public office or private sector, private office, you find mostly women as secretaries. We are the typists. We are mostly the cleaners. Or even when we are the technical staff, we are not given the voice that is required or being heard to make meaningful change and decisions within the offices. So these are some of the things that needs to change. Again, we are doing a lot of work in terms of having women represented in cabinet, but I want to share a story, and maybe Alpha could also come in at some point, in the sense that when I was at the Ministry of Trade, I would represent the permanent secretary in board meetings. So I've attended board meetings at the Gambia Ports Authority, sometimes at GRTS, at the Petroleum Commission, and most of the time I'm either the only woman or the only woman and the youngest woman in the board. So I was part of the team that was working on amending the Public Enterprises Act of 1990, and one of the provisions was to propose the inclusion of women within the governance framework of these public enterprises. So I proposed a provision within the act that calls for at least 2 women in every board. So during the validation workshop, we invited all the managing directors, the board members, and the finance directors. We had a turnout of 85 participants. Out of that 85, we had less than 6 women in the room. And out of those 6 women, you had 2 technical women, which was Auntie Lucify, who's now the chair of GRA after the event, and you had myself, and the rest were support staff. During the review of this document, we spent more time debating as to whether this section of the Act should be included or not, because most of the men, highly educated and highly exposed, were not in favor of this inclusion. Again, countries that are progressing, they make deliberate decisions and conscious decisions to include it, not just as a policy statement and treaties that are ratified, but translated into actions. And I think it's high time our government takes up these deliberate actions to make sure that it is not just a policy statement, but it is translated into laws and also into action.
Thank you, and I really believe in what you say. I think at the government level, these very positive actions have to be taken, proactive actually, to change the status quo. But Sid Mati, you discussed the changing of power structures, and but do you think that this is actually rooted in the cultural mindset that we have, the cultures that we practice? And because of that, it also impacts on the way we think about our sisters as men, our brothers, and also the fact that the Honorable Minister has mentioned this, that there are certain roles that are designated for girls and those that are designated for boys. What I'm actually asking is, do you think that as early as when they were boys and girls is when the efforts should be made to change the mindsets? Because this really, I think, unfortunately, we grow up with that, and it affects us later in life. We have heard very often, even a woman who's performing a very important role, sometimes someone will say, after all, jigen rekla. You know, so this I think is something that has to change. That has to change. But what are your views with respect to these power structures that you discussed?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And for me, I have a background in history, and I like to study about institutions and to study structures and to see how they function. And if I am to compare what happened historically based on our own tradition as Gambians or as Africans, I mean, I'm talking about the raw African that we know about the Ghana Empire, the Yoruba Empire, or even the Jollof Empire, you know, or even Cabo. Very recently, we saw that women, in particular, were the kingmakers at that period. But this also has changed because there were a lot of interventions that happened. Either we can talk about the Arabs, we can also talk about the Europeans and how they came in and, you know, expanded or even changed that power structure. You know, the issues that we are talking about for me is all based on the economy, who controls the money, who controls the resources, and these are the issues. This is the power dynamic that needs to be changed. I am so happy that the woman boss is here, and also Ante is talking about these issues, because if we continue to say, for instance, migration, it is the responsibility of the man to bring money into the household, then of course we're creating and reinforcing the same power structures. And I'm saying this because historically, we know that the food that we eat at the homes were basically produced by the women, and then they control that element of that power structure when it comes to the household. But the minute that agriculture, cash crops were introduced, the colonialists, they preferred the men to sell these products, and at that point, this created money for the men, and that's what has been used to reinforce these power structures. And even today, as we're talking about 51% of our population being women. And they're mostly engaged in the informal sectors. We know that in the formal sector, it is seen as a man's world. You just give an example where even words like inclusion, things that needs to be there to create that enabling environment for everybody to prosper. These things are denied the other citizens. For me, I see it more as denying citizens their right rather than looking at a woman or a man, because these things needs to be handled within that way. Of course, we continue to reproduce these power structures economically, politically, even though now we are saying that women should not lead. Or religion say that women should not lead because women cannot be an imam, so women cannot be president, for instance. So within the African setting, and then try to introduce that within the current context so that we can move beyond this tokenism discussion that we continue to say. For me, I believe that there is no need to bridge any nehalante. We need to just go and say things as they are so that we can change the dynamics that continue to exist.
Thank you, sir. That's actually the stereotyping that you were discussing. It's really the stereotyping that really women have their place and men have their place. And as we know, this affects our development, our progress. And you discussed it at length, and you've given several examples that we hear every day. So much so that people take it as normal. If you say, for example, jigen rekla, or if you see a woman and think that she naturally has to be the tea maker I'm sure you have also been thinking about this. What further thoughts do you think we should put into this, and efforts we should put into this to change the status quo, to change the not only just the narrative, but the way we act?
Thank you for that. I think, I talked about being intentional. And I think what really needs to happen is education, and educating the girl from home, going all the way through, high school, college, etc. But I think being intentional, it's so much, different purposes that you can do in that aspect. In the sense that, at home, like if, let's say, I think Honorable Fatu Kinte mentioned that, men are asked to sit home and, the women clean up after them. So I have my son and I have 2 daughters, and I make sure that equally they do the same chores. So it means that sometimes, well, most of the times actually, my son will wash the dishes. Not only because he's older, but because I want him to also take care of his woman when he gets older and gets married. But I think we have to, again, that's being intentional by teaching men now what to do. I think here in that culture, and I think you mentioned that, our culture has been that thing that whenever we go places, you serve the man, you pick up after them, you clean up after them, you give them the water, you wash their hands. So at the end, when is the man going to do those things for you, right? Yeah, clap for that. Exactly. When is the man going to do those things for you? And that's what we need to start expecting from men ourselves. So it should not only be one way. What we're looking for, as you mentioned, is partnerships. We're looking for equal rights. We're looking for equality at home. So if I cook, you clean. If I clean, you cook, right? That's what we're looking for, and that's what we want.
Yeah. Thank you. I actually believe that it is possible.
Absolutely.
I think it is possible because we have, not all men are the same. We have seen and come across in our lives very progressive looking men. Absolutely. Really very progressive. And I just want to give the example, for instance, of Mr. Okodrame. I grew up in the same street as Oko. We used to spend hours just arguing and talking. and I know his views about these things. And there are several other people that I can actually cite who are very, very progressive looking, knowing that it is important to have the contribution of women for development for all. I want to thank the panelists very much. I do have time to turn it over to the floor and to also hear your views and your comments or questions that you want to address to the panelists. But please identify yourself. Let us have short questions. We don't want statements. We don't want speeches, so that this can be interactive, and then we can have a last round of the panelists commenting on these things before the session ends. So I think there is a roving mic somewhere, and we can yes. So we can have the
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Naboufal. I live in Côte d'Ivoire and I'm engaged in women empowerment. I have one question for the panelists and something that we have not discussed. We spoke about the place that is given to the women, but even though we give place to the women on board meetings and etc., they don't go for it. So I'm talking about the skills. We have not discussed the skills that need to be instilled into women in order for them to go for the seats that they deserve and that they could get. I'm asking to our American, what are the skills that you are teaching, quoting quotes, at the Woman Boss in order for women to get the courage and the confidence to go for the seats that they deserve? Thank you.
I will take maybe 3 other questions before I turn it over to the panelists. I see a hand over there. I'll come to you, but yes, please.
Hi, my name is Absa Samba. What I wanted to talk about, 2 things. One is recently we've seen cases of sexual assault in the Gambia. A lot of women coming out and talking about allegations of sexual assault meted on them by very powerful men in our society. So little has been done about it. In some cases, we've seen swift reaction from some institutions investigating the issue. However, after many follow-ups, it seems these institutions are afraid to challenge the powers of this man. And the thing about such men is they're very powerful in our society, they're very influential, they have access and they have loyalty. So the women coming out are getting attacked for speaking up by people who are loyal to them, and the institutions that are supposed to hold them accountable are not doing so because they're afraid of challenging the powers these men have. And I'm just wondering, how do we eliminate these issues, sexual violence in our society, if powerful men can get away with it? And what message are we saying? And what about the trauma that the women are subjected to? These are both short-term and long-term that they live with forever in our society. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is incarcerated women. They don't often get talked about in our conversations. Women in our prisons are very vulnerable. They're working with guards who are often men, and they have power and influence over them. What programs and services in the conversations that we've had, and how do we capture the realities and the needs of these women in our conversations? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another 3rd question.
Thank you very much. My name is Chinedu Okpareke. I represent the Imo State government. Imo State is a state in Nigeria. We have talked about, gender inclusion, women empowerment, both in the workplace and even in the whole of society. My question has to do with the other side. How do we then tackle the conversations around social graces, where social graces are extended to women, certain graces are expected? So do we now extend the conversation to say, look, because we want to have gender equity or gender equality, as some people call it, can we also start to address the social graces that society actually gives to women? Because we cannot eat our cake and have it, right? So if we're looking at competence and independence and you being who you are and taking for who you are, then of course we should also talk about eliminating those social graces that may actually be compensatory to the social injustices that women face in the society. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll go with the first 3 questions. I'll hand it over to the panelists to deal with it. But I just wanted to clarify, what kind of graces are you talking about? what graces?
Ladies first?
Yes.
Ladies first? Yes. Oh, don't talk to her like that. Don't you know she's a married woman?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Those kinds of graces.
No, I just want to take you up on that. Do you really think you have to talk to any woman like that, even if they are married? Is that a social grace? It's expected. It's the right thing to do.
Absolutely. So the way the real issue is the way you talk to a man.
Yes.
If you talk to a woman that way,
Yes.
that is when the question will be asked.
Yes. You have your views.
So
Yes.
I guess I'll answer the next.
Yes, I will first hand it over to our Marie, to our Mary.
Yes.
I know someone called our Marie. That's why.
Yes, that's her.
About ladies first. I remember when we were in school, we used to say ladies first after men.
I like that. All right, so to quickly answer her question that she asked about the programs that we have at the Woman Boss. But before that, I just wanted to answer a question in that sense that she asked about why is it that there are board seats being offered to women and women are not taking it, and what are some of the requirements and qualities that you have to serve on a board. So I will tell you, again, it goes back to intentionality. I had prior CEOs that I worked under. So my prior CEOs made sure they were being intentional, and they were men, but they were intentional about sending me to certain training, personal development, professional development. So it goes back to, again, depending on these guys, if they're CEOs, which majority are in the Gambia, or even if it's women, by sending you guys to professional development classes or personal development to personally develop you. So when you're sitting in board seats, you're ready. Because we can't come in and give it half. We have to work extra as women. Exactly. Extra. We have to know that we are going to be undervalued, and you should be okay with that, in the sense that, okay, what else can I do to prove myself, to come in, and every time I open my mouth, I'm giving it 100%, right? So for us at the Woman Boss, we do believe that leadership encouragement and training should start early. Mm-hmm. So we actually have programs in place that's starting leadership training from the ages of 8 to 18 and then 18 and above. And so from programs that, from an 8-year-old standpoint, I have a girl, my daughter, I have 2 girls. When at the age of 8, she would ask all these questions that, as a parent, as a woman parent, I started questioning, well, we keep thinking that these 8-year-olds don't know anything, that they're just kids. But they're asking, Mommy, when you go to board meetings, exactly what do you do? What do you talk about when you go into board meetings? When you boss, like when you're working with computers, because they just see me in the office, so when they come, you work with computers, what exactly do you do? So they know that Mommy goes to work, they know that Mommy goes, serves on boards, they know Mommy travels all the time, they know Mommy goes to Congress to work on policy. I've been to the White House where I serve on forums. So they ask these questions, what exactly is Mommy doing there? So I thought starting a program and teaching these young girls, 8-year-olds and above, on what it takes to be a leader will change the system, will change the societal norms. We want to break barriers. We want women in these boardrooms. I want to sit here maybe 10, 20 years from now and see a woman president. Why not?
I just wanted to add a few words as well, just in response to the question, in terms of offering women board seats and them not coming forward. I would basically share an experience that we undertook some time ago, because within the Gambia there are a lot of women that are highly competent, highly educated, but we don't know where to find them. So what I had done with my team was create a database of women in different fields, not just women that are being offered board positions just to fill in the quota, but actually women within the tech sector, very few, but they do exist. Women in the finance sector, they do exist. We have people like Fatou Jallo, who is an expert in private sector development and trade. We have Jaina Banyang, who sits in the GRTS board, also within the media. They are out there. What we have done is create a database, whether they're within the country or outside. You don't have to be in the country 12 months in a year to attend board meetings. You can come 3 times. We can solicit the services of Fatou Bensouda to come twice a year in the Gambia to offer advisory roles within the board. Rwanda is doing that. They have people, not only Rwandese, but even from other countries, females or male from other countries that actually offer expert advice. So we don't have to limit ourselves only to Gambians or Senegalese. If we don't have the expertise, we can have Aissata to serve in a board in Gambia. What is wrong with having a woman that is competent, leading an organization and has the expertise to serve in a Gambian board? There's nothing wrong with that. So I think we need to think outside of the box. Let's identify not only Gambian women and men, because there are men that also serve in boards that actually have no business sitting in those boards, but let's identify the right people with the right qualifications, both male and female, to serve in these boards that they have expertise to advise to move it forward. I think we need to start focusing on that direction.
That's very good. Yes. In fact, there was this question by, I think, Absa Samba, about this powerful man and maybe, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think the whole issue of women serving on boards has to do with leadership. As my fellow panelists have said, it requires a number of training, not only for you to be able to serve on boards, but for you to be a good leader, you require training. And leadership training is also key. When it comes to women serving on boards, not every woman can serve on a board, because we all agree that some women don't have self-esteem. Some are highly educated, but you don't have self-esteem. But then the important thing for you to serve on board or wherever you see yourself is for you to know the stuff. That's important. When you know the stuff, and wherever you are able to explain or express yourself, whoever is on that board or wherever you find yourself, people give you credit, and they respect you for that. So let's forget about, for me, the word self-esteem, I think we should do away with that. Low self-esteem, we should do away with that. Let's make sure that women are trained in leadership quality. They have all the qualities that require them to serve up there. And then when they go on the boards, when they are serving on boards, they make sure that they know the stuff. They know what the board, the institution they are serving is all about. So when they meet with other board members, when they speak, they are respected. Because when they speak, they talk sense and people give them respect. I think that way we can also make sure that women gain respect, however the numbers are. Even whether it's 1 or 2 persons, women, for example, serving on a particular board, let them be sound so that when they speak, people know they're talking sense and they're giving the respect. Because again, it doesn't make sense. Having 50% board members female and they just go there, sit down and drink tea. I'm sorry I'm saying this, but sometimes we see that as well. So even if you are a single woman on a board, make sure that you know your stuff and you are respected. That's very important. That's what I believe. Okay, coming to the question from my sister about the gender-based violence. Yes, quite a number of issues have come out regarding gender-based violence, and the perpetrators, I don't think they have gone scotch-free. The cases are on, and the only thing is that there is a slow in the prosecution or whatever needs to be done, and then we have to make sure that justice is done. I'm not aware of any where the perpetrator is a powerful man and as a result the case has been dropped. No. Cases are on there just slow, and many times when we make follow-ups, we're able to understand that there are few judges. As a result, the cases are not being given the right attention. But I'm happy to hear this from you, and we'll make efforts to make sure that some of the cases are treated fairly so that the victims are happy at the end of the day. Okay, for the victims, they need psychosocial counseling from the very beginning that the cases have been discovered, because that's very important so that at least they gain some self-confidence and are able to speak more when they are asked to speak and give out their stories. But rest assured that the cases are not being dismissed. Work is being done. It's not easy. Just yesterday, I was talking to the Inspector General of Police about certain cases, and he had me talk to another person, so that the cases can be speeded up and then the right justice is done. Because I'm a woman, I don't want to see women's rights being, women suffering and their rights being violated and no notice done about it. That is giving more chance to more perpetrators to go ahead and violate the rights of women. And as a ministry, the onus is on us to make sure that victims are happy at the end of the day. How can they be happy? when perpetrators are prosecuted, and we show examples to many Gambians so that we reduce the incidence of the cases and eventually eliminate them on the surface of the earth. But it's not easy, as the prosecutor has just informed all of us at the beginning of her statement. SGBV cases happen all over the world. And they are even worse in conflict cases, in conflict situations, where we see the security officers who are supposed to protect the women, they themselves violate them, women and the girls. It's not easy, but I think here, the responsibility is on all of us. We all have a role to play at different levels to make sure that we fight against these cases, reduce them, and eventually, in the long term, we are able to eliminate them. Thank you very much.
All right, on this side. Yeah, for me, I just want to, I don't want to engage in the social graces, because I also think we also men do receive terms like gentleman and all that, which sometimes I feel uncomfortable hearing people calling me gentleman, because I feel it is not, well, either I don't deserve the title or it doesn't reflect exactly who I am. But I think these are also cultural issues that we need to be able to adapt to see and try to see how best we can, we can situate certain things. There is nothing, not everything is bad. Some of the stereotypes that we're talking, some of them are negative stereotypes and some of them are also positive. But also it depends on who's saying it and how he is saying it and who's receiving it and how the person is receiving it. But I want to talk about the issue, one issue that is being raised by APSA, and is the issue of how is it that still there are cases of violence against women and our institutions are not doing much, or still it is seen as for me, I still see that most of these issues should not be seen as a woman issue, but must be seen as a criminal issue and must be addressed as a crime. But the more we continue to look at issues of sexual violence, issues of rape, as oh, it's only affect women, then we'll continue to allow the space for those things to keep repeating. And even in the institutions right now, that's what is happening. Like a girl or a woman will go look for a job, either you've been sexually harassed or even you're working with somebody and still you've been sexually harassed. And we're here. We are talking about moving this country forward. Still, I don't know where we are going, because the half of our population, people that are holding this country together, we still continue to relegate them as second-class citizens. We need to change those things so that this country can move forward. But how do we address these issues of these institutions where still sexual violence and all these things continue? There is no institution in this, maybe exists apart from the UN systems and others where we expect that there are maybe gender policies within the institutions that work. But I don't know any government institution or even the university where I work where we have a gender policy. We don't understand, or we don't know if for me, for instance, I sexually abuse a student, what will the university do? There is no policy, no guidelines, nothing to address those issues. We need to start with that. And I am saying that for the women, for the minister, I think one solution is to start making sure that all these different institutions that we have in this country incorporate and bring in gender policies as part of their governance and management processes. Because otherwise we'll continue to repeat, we'll go to court, this, that, and that until God's kingdom come and nothing will change. So we need to be serious about these issues that we are concerned, because the more we continue to relegate the women as second-class citizens, the more we'll continue to be stagnant as a country, because we will not move anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Actually, I left out the comment he raised. I think it was also a question about social graces. Yes. These are part of our positive social norms. And because you make such offers to women, does it mean that you should violate their rights? And the social graces are positive, and it's a sign of respect to women, of course. Don't speak to her that way. Those are positive comments. And then it's another way of encouraging women to participate in development at all levels. But again, because we offer social graces, does it mean that we should not look at the negative social norms and try to address them? In all of our cultures, there are negative social norms and there are positive ones. The positive ones we promote, and the negative ones we try very hard to eliminate. Yeah, because women have equal rights like men, at all levels. So we should bear that in mind, and where communities are not aware of that, we do a lot of criteria and sensitization so they become aware that women have equal rights as men. I know in all of our countries there's a lot going on in sensitizing communities about women's rights, so that at every level we are accorded the rights which are due to them. Okay, and regarding gender-based violence, sometimes women also encourage some of these things. In the Gambia, for example, you work in an office, you are well dressed, and the male colleague starts commenting, and you are like, you are encouraging more comments and more advanced ones. You tell me that I'm well dressed, I tell you, I put a stop to it at the very beginning. So the next moment, you won't comment on the way I dress. Because I dress well, I don't want a comment from you, which I know eventually will be turned negative by you. So we women ourselves should be assertive and be able to know that certain comments are harassment, and we address it up there at the point, so it is not repeated. I remember last year, during the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, at the UN, of course, as UNFPA, of course, we were the chairperson of the gender team group at the UN. And then together with our colleagues from UNDP and other colleagues, UNICEF and World Food Program, sorry, Wanya is not here, she would have arrested me. Yeah, so we observed the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, and we started from ourselves within the UN building. And then we organized a half-a-day workshop for all the UN staff on sexual harassment. And some of the issues raised were quite alarming. Some people didn't know that those things are harassment. So we have to let people know what is harassment so that they address it there at the right time. You tell me that I'm dressed, I will not say, oh, I'll ask you to stop it. I don't like it. And you'll stop. Thank you very much.
Okay, I am going to take 2 questions. I'm sorry. My time is up, so I'll take 2 questions. I was going to direct it on this side because I took Jaina Banyang. I'm doing favoritism. You and then, yes, one from you. And I'm sorry, but time is up. It's a very important discussion, and we can never have enough time to really complete it. But, yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wish to commend the role that you're playing here in this very important topic. And I also wish to commend your esteemed panelists.
Indeed.
This is a very important topic that we are discussing. And we've been discussing this for ages, I think. And we've been trying to address it. But really, gender-based violence, I think the ratio is going up, according to the minister, and not coming down. So something is seriously wrong, and we need to assess or look at the strategies that we have been using to address gender-based violence. I believe it is closely linked with our culture. Closely linked with our culture. And unless and until those cultures are addressed, that's the negative part of our culture are addressed, it will be very difficult to eliminate gender-based violence. I will cite an example of one getting married. It is always the woman. The man gives dowry to the woman, and the dowry is determined by the parents or the guardians of the girl that the man is getting married to. You are asked all sorts of things. You know, some bring cars, some buy houses, some bring ganila tube, some bring jesner, gold. In my mind, in their minds, in the minds of the men, they are like buying, you know, buying the girl. You know, they feel after doing that, that it is their property. So at the end of the day, they can do whatever they want. Not only that, but taking the bride to the man's house, the girl is cleansed, the girl is bathed, the girl is covered, and the girl is sat in the middle of the compound with men present. Now I see women are included. The husband is not there. It is the girl who is advised when you go to your husband's house, munyalko, suturalko. You know, it is the man is not there, and they don't say the same things they're saying to the girl. They don't say the same things to the man. Why? If you're telling me when I go to my husband's house, I should be patient with my husband, I should support my husband, I should help my husband, I mean, say the same thing to him, equally. But that doesn't happen. Even when the bride is going to the man's house, their first night, the girl is covered, the aunt is in front, and they crawl. They are crawling. No, seriously. They're crawling on the ground, and when she gets there, it is the husband who lifts her up now and places her on the bed. You know, these are the cultures which I think really we should look at again. If you're doing that to me as a bride, please do that to the man. Yes. You know, this is my point. So really we have to look at our culture also. The cultures that perpetuate gender-based violence. These are the things. Thank you.
Hello and good morning, everybody. Still morning. Unfortunately, I'm going to be blunt. We men are part of the problem. I'm sorry to say, but we men are part of the problem. And basically, we need to change our attitude. We need to change our attitude. But before I go into attitude issues, I'm going to talk about a little bit about culture, just as Auntie Jainaba mentioned. How do we break the norms within our culture and our traditions, especially at the grassroots level? How do we break that to ensure that at least issues around equity and gender issues come on board? When, at the same token, unfortunately, you only have men as religious leaders, men as cultural heads. So how do we break that? How do we break that silence? Secondly, what's the modern man? I'll give you an example of a modern man. I've been married for 22 years, and by the age of 7 years of age, I started cooking, I started ironing, and I started doing the domestic chores. And up till now, I still do those chores. So, that's the modern man. Girls, ask that of your modern men. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad I gave you the mic. I'm really glad. I wanted to end it here, but we have a very important contributor to my left, Mohammed Kurbali. And I think what he's going to say is also important, because amongst us, we also have those people who are living with disabilities, who are also part of the society and should feel that they are fully part of this society. So I just want to give you the floor to make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohammed Kurbali, the Gambia's first and only visually impaired magistrate and a lawyer by profession. Before putting my question forward, I just want to make an established statement or a fact that in this gathering, there are persons with disabilities present in this important gathering that actually ensures or envisage that persons with disabilities are integral part of the society. So obviously inclusion and participation by persons with disabilities is important and shall be considered by the Gambia government and all other relevant authorities. Thank you. And of course, my question will go to the distinguished panelists, at least making reference to the preamble of the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, that envisages that including persons with disabilities in programming, policy making, decision making processes is actually a relevant strategy for any progressive society for sustainable development. And of course, Article 6 of the UN Convention talks about women with disabilities, that the state parties shall ensure that women with disabilities are fully included in all development processes. So therefore, my question here will be whether the distinguished panelists, although talking about women empowerment, which is very important, I'm also an activist as well, but whether you have also thought of strategizing your thoughts in including women with disabilities. That is my question. So my final statement will be just as it will be an invitation. That is, the Gambia Federation of Disabled actually intends to commemorate World Disability Day tentatively on the 10th January at the Westfield Monument. This day reminds the world over about the existence or the presence of persons with disabilities all around the world, and at least this is a day aside that is set by the United Nations General Assembly so that people with disabilities can also feel who they are, also express their problems and other things. But it is tentative in the fact that subject to the availability of the budget that is actually programmed and drafted by the Federation. So obviously we are unable to have enough funding to commemorate. So whoever can help to contribute to make this commemoration on the 10th February on Friday a success, actually you are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I must just remind that TAF, that is Alhaji Mustafa Njai, with Dr. Karamo Songo, Hino International Foundation, has actually established what we call this Gambia Disability Trust Fund, which is established in order to provide persons with disabilities microloans in order to empower them economically. Thank you, Mr. Fanjai.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity. My name is Mohamed Jeng, President, Law Student Association, University of the Gambia, Secretary General for 3 organizations working in the area of human rights, and a founder for UN SDGs in the Gambia. My question first goes to the Minister, Madam, and the question is, with the advent of the draft constitution as per section 31, which is giving the government the discretionary power not to enforce human rights in the presence or the absence of funding or resources, what is your ministry doing to make sure that this is not a power that is going to be abused by the government not to enforce rights of women in this country? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will hand it over to the panel, Minister, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, okay.
And if you, other panelists, if you have any remarks, but we also need to be brief about, because we're eating into the other panel that is coming after us.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I'll start first with the question raised by the last participant. As a ministry, we have had the opportunity of looking at the draft constitution and make sure that the gender issues are adequately addressed. In fact, even before the ministry was established, I remember in January last year, as the UNDP supported the Women's Bureau to do a review of the draft constitution, and myself and other members of the UN staff then were part of that. And we made sure that we addressed the gender concerns. And even now, when the second draft was sent to us, we quickly formed a group of technical persons who looked at it and made sure that the gender issues are addressed adequately. And also at the level of government, at the level of cabinet, we also had the opportunity of looking through the draft constitution and make sure that the gender issues are addressed. So make sure, so be rest assured that the issue that you have raised will not appear in the constitution, because government is giving full support to make sure that gender issues are adequately addressed across the board. And the constitution, being the highest law of the Gambia, should reflect these concerns so that everybody else will be taking cue from the Constitution. About the disability, people with disability, the gentleman, be rest assured, there is a disability bill which has just been drafted and is at cabinet at the moment. I was with the National Assembly last month, and the Assembly members wanted the disability bill to reach them by March. I had assured them that March is too far for me. In January, you should go to the National Assembly for enactment. And all these issues that you have raised are being addressed by the disability bill. And I've been telling people with disability that now they have a ministry which will look into their concerns. And even this issue of the celebration of 10th January, we are giving full support and make sure that we are present, and not only to be present physically, but also give support financially to make sure that the program that you have set for yourself to mark this celebration succeeds. And yes, Janaba, thank you very much for the concern. Yes, it's all about our culture. And then I think the onus rests on all of us to make sure that we address some of these things. The positive aspects of our culture, we should maintain, we should embrace. But the negative aspects, let's try to do away with those. And we have to do that through sensitization, awareness creation, so that eventually we make sure that we eliminate those from our culture and maintain only the positive aspects of our culture. I know that for the Christians, before they get married, there is always a counseling of the couples in the church. We Muslims don't have that. And then I don't know when we can also start doing that, making sure that couples are counseled so that they respect each other and they all know that they have equal rights, they are as partners and also as couples, and that is maintained throughout their life as partners. And again, this whole issue of negative cultures, I always have been saying that we have to embrace the positive aspects and do away with negative parts. It is our responsibility. It's not that of government alone. It's to start from the home. That's where the teaching should begin. Don't say that your children, you taught some of these things in school. No. It should start from the home. When you teach them about these things in the home, when they go to school and teachers talk about it, then they are able to appreciate. But I feel, and I still strongly believe, that the best teachers to our parents is ourselves. The best teachers to their children is ourselves, the parents. We are aware of all of these things. We know what the consequences are, so let's make sure that we address them at the level of the family. Coming to Walabaji's concern, yes, it is the responsibility of all, more especially the men. Come on, our men go to Europe with their wives. In Europe, you do babysitting, you feed the baby, you take care of the home, you even cook. But the moment you board the flight coming to Gambia, you drop those things at Gatwick. It's not right. If your children see you doing domestic chores, it will be easy to teach them because they know, oh, daddy does it, so I should also be doing it. But you go to Europe, you do everything. When you come to Gambia, at night the baby cries and you wake the wife, your baby is crying. It's most unfair. The reason why you adopted the lifestyle in Europe because it's their lifestyle. But you also know that it's the best thing for one to do. So on return to Gambia, you should maintain those things. Because as I keep saying, let's maintain the positive aspect and drop the negative parts. So I think we women are to be blamed, but to some extent men are also to be blamed. We women simply because if you see a man washing a spoon, you become angry. No. Teach him to also wash the plate. And later let him wash some other things in the house. That way we are able to contribute effectively towards maintaining the household. And then when we teach our children are begin to appreciate because they have seen mommy and daddy doing it in partnership. Thank you very much.
Yes, you wanted to make. Yes, please.
Just want to make a quick remark to the gentleman that spoke. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I feel like my mic is not on. You can't hear me?
The mic is coming.
Okay, can you hear me now? No? Okay. The man back there, you're trying to silence me, huh? All right, so just wanted to make a comment to the guy that spoke up here. What is it that we can do to educate some of the men on the societal norms, etc.? I would say I'm challenging you to actually come up with solutions from your fellow men on how do you go around the country and create programs and sensitization of programs that can educate some of these men on what is it that we can do, especially when it comes in terms of what their role, men in the house, women in the house, girls, etc. So I'm challenging you on that. So don't put it back on us. I'm actually putting it back on you. And so for Absa's comment, because I wanted to say something and I forgot. I think, during the gender-based violence, etc., all the things that were happening on social media, I think what would have been really nice is to see government come out and speak up and say, we hear you, we understand you, we support you. And I think that's what's been lacking, to say that. So women always feel like, oh, we're not getting that support, so nobody else is listening to us. So I think going back to that, it's that I'm challenging our fellow, and especially the Honorable Minister, to come out more, to speak on more. If they're doing so many great things within the ministry, to come out and speak on that. And I just wanted to make a quick last comment, especially to my fellow that spoke on the board, and I'm also putting it back on you guys. So when I first came to the Gambia about a year ago, my first thing to do was, I thought, to reintegrate back into society is to serve on boards. Because I did that in the US, and then I came in. And I was knocking literally on almost every door, and nobody responded back. So I'm here, but nobody wants to take that initiative. And I think it's almost like they're afraid. So I'm challenging you now. All right?
Just wanted to just say a few words to basically just, I don't think I need that. No. Just basically to thank Uncle Taf and to use him, basically present him as a perfect example of a gentleman that has empowered the female he is surrounded with. His company has gone global and is becoming more successful. I'm sure it was successful 30 years ago, but he has 4 or 5 daughters, mashallah. And all these girls are working for him. And you have seen how the company has gone to where it was 5, 10, 15 years ago to where it is today. That is a clear testament of what can be done when you diversify and you're inclusive.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Yeah. 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay.
Thank you very much. When the issue of gender-based violence cases came out, yes, we did a press release. So we are aware of all what is happening, and we are very concerned. So there was a press release. And we are getting established, and we are very few in the ministry. And once we get fully established, we'll be more aggressive in addressing some of these things. But to make sure that we are in line with the victims and we are supporting them, we make sure that there was a press release. Secondly, somebody mentioned religion and culture. Yes, we don't have Islamic religious leaders who are female. Although in the Christian sect, we have female Christian religious leaders. But then I keep telling women that gone are the days when men will interpret the Quran to suit themselves. Now there are English versions of the Quran. Read the Quran and know for yourself what your rights are in Islam. And for those women who can't read the English version, see women who can read it in English and let them interpret it to you. Because many a time, our male religious leaders or religious scholars interpret the Quran to suit themselves. But if you read the English version, then you know that the Quran respects women, and women have a right in Islam. Coming to culture, the cultural leaders, now we are seeing more and more female alcalos, and these are the people who are the custodians of our culture in our villages. And both the male and female are sensitized on all of these issues, and they address them when cases are brought to them for intervention. Thank you very much.
Quick one?
Yeah, quick one. I think I would entirely agree with my brother, even though he refused to introduce himself in terms of questioning or talking about the modern man. But I think the question should be, how do we deconstruct these issues of gender stereotyping, these issues of who a man is or who a woman is? In the beginning, I started by covering my name, Seth, which is a male's name, because I'm in the process of trying to deconstruct this privilege that has been given to me as a man. I see nothing wrong with associating with a woman, physically, sexually. I know I'm a man. But then, throughout my life, I've worked with young women who have led issues that I found not to be a woman issue, but a human right issue. And for me, I've always seen it that way. And I think in our discussion also, we need to deconstruct those meanings and start to focus more on the human as general. Of course, there needs to be that affirmative action looking at the current situation to push certain things. And talking about strategies, I am a cultural person. I like our weddings, I like the colorfulness, but I don't like the money part. I also don't like the fact that women are being advised and men are not advised. And the way to change that is not to abandon the culture, but it's about the message that we are communicating. How do we change the message? How do we change the message? But for me, changing this message also needs to come to the bottom line, which I've been talking about since morning, changing the power structure. And for me to change the power structure, we need to change the economic situation of women in this country, because that's the basis. We can talk about stereotyping, power relations in the office, we can talk about all that, but as long as women continue to be treated as second-class citizens, where they continue to wait for their husbands to go to hospitals because they don't have the money, I mean, those are issues that we need to start talking about. Why are women dying in the hospital? Because some of them are waiting for their husbands to come either to decide whether, they need to be operation or there's not, these are the issues that we need to talk about. These are the issues that needs to be in the front of the agenda so that we can change this dynamics. But to continue the discussion, maybe in 10 years we'll come and talk about the same issues, but we need to start taking steps. We need to start taking solid steps in changing this. And this must start with us by deconstructing who the man is, and through that we'll be able to move forward. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will agree with me that we have had an excellent panel. It's really, yes. And I would, please give the panelists a round of applause. We will also agree that this is a topic that we cannot exhaust. We have to continue working on it. It is something that has been ingrained for such a long time, and it needs time and effort to make sure that we change this. Because as I said, changing it is not just for the benefit of women, it's for the benefit of society. So I thank you very much for your contributions also from the floor. And again, I congratulate TAF, and I congratulate the formidable team that is working with TAF. I think this is really, I have not attended the previous Tafcons, but I think this can be the best, easily. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panel. You'll agree with me, that was a fruitful one with a lot of laudable ideas. I was sitting back there and I was itching to contribute, but unfortunately I was not past the microphone. I feel like we've been talking about this issue for the longest time, but then practical solutions that are actually capable of making impact now need to be implemented. I mean, it's 2020 and we're still talking of preventable maternal deaths. It's 2020 and a young girl in Basse still doesn't have access to sanitary pads. It's 2020 and the numbers concerning female genital mutilation are still going up high. So what is the government doing to ensure that these things are being solved, right? So I feel, yes, we have the capacities on the ground, civil society organizations, grassroots organizations that are capable of taking up these initiatives and going underground where the impact needs to be made. So the government needs to collaborate more with these civil society organizations and also look at the acts that have been implemented. For example, the Women's Amendment Act of 2016 banning female genital mutilation. Since 2016 up to date, there was just one case and there was no prosecution at all. So let us look at these acts again and make sure they are effective to the capacity that we wanted. So I just had to contribute. I am so sorry. At this juncture, I just want us to give a round of applause to our wonderful panelists one more time. Thank you so much. Okay, so while they set up the stage to encourage the next panelists to join us, I'll now like to invite a brother and friend, the champion poet, the first winner of the first ever Poetry Slam competition, the first season of the Poetry Slam competition, also a law student at the University of the Gambia. I promise you, he is a wealth of knowledge, great performance skills, great communication skills, and he will wow you with his amazing wisdom. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Omar Cham, known as the champion poet.
Alga si fatam fanso fayin koma nimma banka na dati. Alga fitambala ayesenea na banko sita nyato yirwase siya. Nka jele nyoma kafeya kasi kakacha dulawo dulase dia katuye longwola na Gambia. Konsuma don sarahu katsa solema meon lirek manyibi. Duma xaar ke ñew nan ma acca sibiti. Kon ne leen fexe ñu génne fi lii bum fi amati sori loko bum fi jegeti xiif loko bum fi lekkati mar loko bum fi naanati su fi buggee takka ñu daggati ñu tàccooti feccati begati kafati reyati si ndekka Gambia neexati kon dama jël làkkay ye boole ngir jël xoli firi jola bi top ne ma e ñaa bacaara bu rieri ma joko e kangule mu door mu ne ma emite kati pol bi top ne ma jonnam pizza mi fala kalachire. So honorable greetings, wonderful audience, and of course to Taf and the wonderful team. I am so much honored to be here, and for a series of reasons to be associated with such a great initiative. I've been telling a lot of people, and I think today is the opportunity to actually say that TAF is not only concerned about making profit, but also executing their corporate social responsibilities as much as possible. And I think the investment in this has really showcased that. Please give them a round of applause. So the piece I'm going to perform for you today has to do with inspiring Gambians, that no matter what, no matter the threats that are going on, no matter how gloomy the future looks like, we can still make it here. So I will not feel naked by giving you the entire ingredients of the poem. I just hope you get it from the presentation. Tukki ngir tekke taxoon ma teggi tanki toog teg fa tanki tukki. Ndeke tanki tukki yu ma tegoon mooy waral sumay jooy guddi. Yoni gannaaw tëj ma kasoog ñàkka nelaw futti ndulli paakaaki bali fetel nangu suma weddu yaram suma xol ak xel toroxtande tax munatuma xam sax sama melokaan naka la mel. The purchase of the most expensive dignity that I never thought I could ever sell. But from the narratives you could tell that the threats and worries are in the increase, and it's time to ring the emergency bell. For the pains and lost lives are not worth it. Success is a well-topped rope, and the back uplift what fell and give poverty a respectable farewell. For the magic land is, we can all make it here. Right in the heart of our dwellings, for success is everywhere. It is an accumulation of metal, so you be the smith. To reach the highest level of achievements and rise to the zenith. For the notion of traveling to make it is just a mere myth, a misguidance we can no more deal with. So hear it, wrap it, and trust it. Be the explorer of your own boundaries. There is no limit. Don't be fooled by the utopia they create from outside and how they narrate it. For if it does not look like it, it's not it, but looking like it does not make it it. So this is an internal disease that only you can treat. For the magic line is, we can all make it here. So rise up, grind. Take the road towards knowledge, for education is the key to success within the four corners or outside the four corners of the classroom, in the dry room, in the restroom, in the showroom, in the courtroom, in the newsroom. And if success turns to be the bride, you be the bridegroom. For the magic line is, we can all make it here. But remember, not going to school too is not a failure. Not attending university would not make the future impure. Taf has sold it to us at a higher ratio, so know when to worry without a degree. Don't turn your glory into a sorry. Your brain is a formidable property. Make it your real estate company and expand your marketability. Italong, ikana song moye joti. Ni hakil maya be poso fandila a jamaa ba soti. Kana bata kana fiti. Doku dal kana biti hadjel kana city. Tesito da male sa nafulo futandi. For the magic line is we can all make it here. Dega nane deka bi dafa wow nak. Mande duma ko weddi. Wa deka bi toy na tamit amna fum toye num toye suñum toye don ay dex yin munta jéggi. Mu samp sin xel ak nin fay xelaté li noy liggéey ak sin métier kon fokk ñu fas jom takandiga pare tekke sin deka muna rose sin bekte. I know there are challenges in our lives and our dream is employment. But our skills are enough resources that we can tap on for our development. From poetry to carpentry, the keys to creativity, engineering to masonry, the blueprints to productivity, businesses beyond offices, every skill is a raw material. When tapped on properly for the yield of our economy, for the magic line is, we can all make it here. Overseas is not as promised. It's the shadow of what we foresee. Not as great as our homes and the great people we want to be. For if you could use it as a tool, you would understand that you can make it here more, and we'll be respected here more, and we will be able to drive the fruits because we could be our own tree. But do not wait on the government. Mansa kundata beke lano. Hanisa beke no isa beke baleano. Otela mecho lela semboti mota busila no nga nyabiti nga ntewo city kodi jamaran keso ye yiti ye jana muta mfana ye jamuta na nyato tase kamano. So rise up once again and take the keys to the new vision, the new dreams and hopes. Unlock your potentials, see the future and beyond for the new constructed scopes. You are greater than whatever you are right now. You are a special agent and a piece of success in a bundle. So you are the light, you are the savior. So just twinkle, sparkle, and get to the dreamland. For the magic line is, we can all make it here.
Thank you so much to the champion poet. He never disappoints, and I did tell you so. So we're swiftly moving into the second session for today, which is on Beyond Creativity, Unlocking IT Innovation Across Sectors. So we have brilliant panelists who have in their own vein innovated ideas that will be beneficial to this country in the very short and long run. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Abdullah Baji and his panelists to kickstart with this session already. Thank you.
Check, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Mic check, 1, 2. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abdullah Baji. I work for the International Trade Center through the Youth Empowerment Project here as Media and Communications Officer. It is a pleasure to be here today to moderate this session. You know what they say, saving the best for last. I believe this is the best session that we'll be having at this year's Tafcon. And most importantly, we have amazing young people with incredible innovations who will be here to talk us through their innovations, except for Cherno, who refused to call himself a youth because he is above the age bracket. But I believe since Uncle Taf is calling himself youth man, Maybe we can call Cherno Youth Boy, right? So you can never talk about a world of borders without boundaries, without talking about innovation. And you can never talk about innovation without talking about IT, which is information technology. Without wasting much time, I'll just take this opportunity to read a brief bio of my panelists, and then we'll delve into the conversation proper. Starting with Dr. Ismaila Badji. Dr. Badji has over a decade of experience in the pharmacy industry, serving in multiple capacities. He holds a Six Sigma Green Belt in healthcare focused on increasing efficiencies and outcomes in healthcare organizations. In his recent role of pharmacy manager of community pharmacy giant Walgreens Co., Dr. Badji managed a 24-hour community pharmacy with a daily average of over 800 prescriptions, totaling year sales of $16 million and an inventory size as high as $1 million. His community pharmacy specialization also includes medication therapy management, pharmaceutical compounding, HIV therapy, and adult immunizations. Dr. Badji transitioned to establish his healthcare solutions company, Innovax Global Health, IGH, as it is fondly called, in 2015, where he currently serves as founder and CEO. IGH focuses on bridging the gap in access to quality healthcare solutions and are set to open their first franchise in the Gambia. The company plans to usher in a new era of quality and affordable healthcare services on innovation, technological approaches to disease state management, telemedicine, electronic health records, wellness on wheels mobile delivery, and point-of-care testing and overall distribution of quality medications. Can we please give Dr. Ismaila Badji a big round of applause? Next, on my right-hand side, I have Mansata Kurang, who is a mathematician and creative technologist, and the purpose-driven founder of VR Revival, a 360-degree VR application to help alleviate the anxiety and depression that comes with dementia. She holds a first-class honors degree in mathematics and spent 5 years in the city as an actuary. Following that, she started researching in neuroscience and worked in creative technology through running the Freestyle for Africa Foundation. In 2019, she was recognized as top 10 champions by Maserati and voted top 100 innovators in the United Kingdom. She is winner of the iLab Health Impact. She's the winner of the iLab Health Impact Awards in Asia and won Entrepreneur of the Year at the Women in Technology series. She was featured in the BBC World Service, the Sunday Times, and Business Cloud for her work campaigning to raise awareness on dementia and mental health. Her goal is to help raise awareness of the growing problem with dementia, which is estimated to increase by 204% in the year 2050. She is passionate about using creative technologies to solve the growing problems of mental health. She was born and raised in the Gambia and has great love for the arts, poetry, freestyle dancing, leadership, and personal development. Can we please give it up for Mansata? And finally, it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Chernogay, who I want to address in this panel as Mr. Ataya. Born and raised in the Gambia, Chernogay rather. It's Jan. Okay. I don't know how come I have gay here. Fat Jan, you are in trouble. Born and raised in the Gambia, Chernogay attended Gambia High School, then college at St. Mary's University in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, majoring in computing science. He got hired by Microsoft in Redmond, Washington, right after college, where he spent almost 2 decades as a software engineer. He co-founded Texito Solutions with his wife, Aissatou Jallow, and started manufacturing the E-Brada a year ago. He is married with 2 beautiful girls, Kumba and Safia. Yeah. Ataya man, you're welcome.
Thank you.
The theme of this session is looking at beyond creativity, unlocking IT innovation across sectors. Over the years, we have witnessed a significant growth of information technology and its contribution to global development. There are key lessons to be learned on how IT can be used to leapfrog development, especially for developing countries like the Gambia. This session will showcase different innovations done by incredible Gambian citizens who will be sharing their innovations and talking to us in detail as to how exactly their innovation seeks to improve and impact on the lives of the everyday Gambian. So to start with, as they say, ladies first, Mansata, I'll start with you. Take us through the journey and what it is exactly that your innovation seeks to address.
Sure. Is this on?
Yeah, I think it's working.
Yeah, you can hear me? So thank you so much. It's such an honor and pleasure to be here. Before I get started, I do really have to say thank you to Uncle Taf for inviting me, because I had 5 key goals last year, and you can't hear?
Maybe you should just... is it possible to have one of the technicians to help us out here with a spare mic, maybe a handheld mic?
Yeah, I don't think this one's working. Hello?
Okay, I think he's... yeah, go
should be on.
Hello? Hello? It's not working either.
Is it?
Hello?
This is a session on technology, and technology is already disappointing us, huh? You want to say something?
Definitely not working. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Like I said, I set 5 key goals last year. 2 of them I'll share with you today. Firstly, I wanted the opportunity to come inspire young Gambian girls into technology. Secondly, I wanted to visit home, visit my family, and especially see my dad, who's here today. I'm really proud of that. And I really want to thank Mustafa for making 2 of my dreams come true. I'm very grateful. You're an inspirational leader, and I'm very pleased to be here. So the perspective I really want to bring is my experience more globally. I think this is where technology is so exciting, because it doesn't limit you to just the Gambia. I've been to Ghana, I've been to Morocco, in Asia, Bali, Indonesia, and also I've been in the UK for the past 10 years, so it's been quite a while. And like the panel yesterday, we really don't need to reinvent the wheel. Like they say, there are amazing technologies, artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, augmented reality being implemented here in Africa. So I really want to see more women take on this role to inspire, to innovate, and to push and break those boundaries. And this is very typical of the technology industry, being the only woman in the room. So that's something I really want to be a past thing. I'll start off with generally what I think the key issues are, just briefly, because I really want to focus on my journey on how I came into tech. But we all know there are issues, especially here in the Gambia. Firstly, I'll touch on the lack of medical supply. And an example I can think of is, people are using drones. In Africa, we can use drones to supply blood and vaccines cross-country. So these are almost like small helicopters that have sensors, and they can withstand the weather as well. So I'd really like to encourage more people to think outside the box. Don't wait for the government. Don't wait for initiatives. Sometimes all it takes is, what you have here, which is the brain. It's really incredible what you can achieve when you really believe in yourself and you go out and learn things, and that's really something I want to encourage. Someone mentioned earlier about maternity death. So one thing I saw in Nigeria is people are building applications that can help train young pregnant women to take care of their child whilst they're in pregnancy, because one of the key issues we have is women not actually consistently going to see the doctor, so they don't have the information to go out, or the knowledge that they have to be regularly be monitored. So these are simple applications. In terms of the youth as well, I'll go in polarities here. I believe investing in actual medical staff into IT is a key thing. So for instance, in the UK, in the NHS, they have a separate entrepreneurial branch where they are training their doctors to code to IT systems, because these are the people who are actually working within the systems and can help innovate and make it more efficient. On the other side, it takes having a fresh mind, a fresh perspective of someone who's not in the field at all. And this is where the new and bright ideas come. And this is where I think the authorities can come in and help the young people. So initiatives like having labs. This is something I experienced in Ghana. They have all these tech hubs where young people can safely go, form teams, and do hackathons, competitions. So for instance, 1 month, they'd have sickle cell week. Let's academics, doctors, innovators, entrepreneurs come together in one room and develop solutions for sickle cell disease, and the best innovation will be sponsored. So these are the ways that we can solve our problems ourselves. So I'll move on to my journey, because I know there are a lot of young ladies here who are very interested in tech or already working in tech, because I've had a rather unconventional journey into technology. So as the intro mentioned, I was born and raised in Gambia and went to the UK to study maths, ended up doing actuarial science and did consulting for 5 years as an actuary at PricewaterhouseCoopers UK. But my passion has always been making a difference and giving back and helping. My father's a medical doctor. I didn't want to be a doctor. I saw how hard he worked every single day, Monday to Sunday. And for me, it was more the empathy and the pain I saw patients in. I didn't feel I could do that. But I think his dreams came through, because I ended up working sort of in the care industry again. And so you can call me the technology doctor. So your prayers came through. So basically, what I do is I work in virtual reality technology. For the benefit of those who don't know, it's an immersive experience where you put on a headset and you're taken away to a different world. So for instance, if you have a grandma with dementia, so with dementia what happens, you tend to lose your later memories. And so for instance, they'll remember their earlier memories, say if they're from Kudang, which is the village I'm from. So if they're in Banjul, they'll have depression and anxiety because that's all they can recall, and there'll be a lot of confusion. So what we can do is take 360 videos of their compound or their area and input that in our technology, and then they'll be able to reminisce about that, and that will help reduce anxiety and depression. Another thing our technology does is we have the education content as well. So, but it's all immersive and peaceful, so you'll actually be in a scene where there's waterfalls and you can actually hear birds sing. So it's a lot about therapy while you learn. And the reason why I chose virtual reality technology, I know a lot of people are wondering, is because firstly, I don't do things the conventional way, I go all the way. And secondly, I feel it's a fascinating technology, and it's something I feel people can get involved in, and it brings joy and it brings fun. And mental health is such a big issue here in the Gambia and even worldwide, and it's a difficult issue that people don't really like talking about. So I found technology as almost that bridge that can bring families back together, where they can learn together and experience together. Because what I find, which is really sad, is people who are normally mentally ill are isolated, or it's brushed under the carpet, or they're kept locked. With technology, we can bring families back together, and even if they don't want the outside world to know, within their compounds, they can actually help the individual going through the mental health issue. where we're at now, I built the Apple application store, which has been, so literally I've been doing this for a year, and this is why I really wanted to show up, to show what's possible if you really believe in yourself and push yourself. So within the year, I've been nominated for 13 international awards, won 6 of them, also been featured on the BBC, and also, thank you so much. But what this goes to show, I'm not saying this to impress people, but I'm saying it to show what is possible if you believe in yourself. I think the other thing I needed to say was, I didn't have any finance, I didn't have a team, I didn't even have the technology skills, I learned from scratch. So it just goes to show you don't need anyone, and this is why I'm so passionate about mental health. If you take care of your brain, that's what literally separates us from animals. That's the power we have, that's the power we've been given by God, and we have the power to create our own realities. So I think it's really important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mansada. That's very insightful. I'll just move on to Dr. Ismaila Baji, who is the CEO and founder of Innovax. Now, most often the time when people talk about the healthcare system in the Gambia, the next phrase that pops out from everyone else's mouth is, there is room for massive improvement. We are so much used to having the basic stuff, more like an analog sort of healthcare system. And what you are introducing is like taking healthcare access, to another level, and most importantly, using IT, which is a digital platform. Can you tell us how this is going to work in a community, like the Gambia, and how it is also going to ensure that the healthcare sector in this country is actually improved?
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'll start off by thanking Uncle Taf first and congratulating you for 30 years of excellence. I think it's important when we could realize that Gambian excellence could be great in the Gambia, but it also could be exported. I think Gambia as a country, we've done a tremendous job exporting our excellence. This room is full of Gambian sons and daughters who are excellent in their own right, that the world has benefited from. So I just wanted to start there as well. So thank you for the platform, Uncle Taf. The subject matter is about creativity. I believe that creativity is God's gift to mankind. I believe there's God in us all. And creativity is his way of proving that he created a perfect being. So even if it's Uncle Taf visualizing a new development, God put that level of creativity in him. So I think it's very, very important to understand that every single person in this room, irrespective of what field you work in, God is in you. And how you create, how you make the world better, is God speaking his magnificence through us. So I think it's very, very important. So Innovax Global Health is a healthcare solutions company that we just started in the Gambia. It's really, really important to always emphasize that when we talk about the healthcare system, let me start by the human element of technology, because my background is not in technology. So for the past 10 years, I've been practicing as a healthcare professional in the US. But I tell people I have 3 hats now. I have 1 hat as a healthcare professional, because I'm trained as a doctor of pharmacy. I have a new hat as an entrepreneur, and I have a hat as a human being. So by raise of hands, how many people have used WhatsApp in the past 24 hours? Almost everybody, right? So sorry, let me scoot up a little bit. I like using WhatsApp as an example of what technology has done for our humanity as African people. Could you picture a 70-year-old grandmother in the Gambia using WhatsApp now, where they don't have to worry about whether they speak English, they know how to write English. The technology is created where you could hold on to a button and speak any language in the world, and you know that the person receiving that, on the other hand, understands you. Technology restores our dignity as a human being, our dignity as an African people. So even though I'm not trained in technology, healthcare cannot exist without technology in 2020. which is why Innovrix Global Health, as a healthcare solutions company, yes, we have the experience in the US, but one of the things I battled with working in the US was, you know what? We like nice things too. We deserve nice things too. Right? As an African continent, as a Gambian country, if there's a medication that is not good enough to sell in the US, it should not be good enough to sell in the Gambia. Right? The fact, I'm going to put my hat on as a healthcare professional now, as a pharmacist, the Gambian people are not living to be long enough. The average Gambian man is only living to be 63 years old. So if you're a Gambian and you're 30 years old, half of your life from a life expectancy, it's gone. So if you peel layers of the problems, healthcare is at the root of a serious nation that wants to move forward, and it has to begin with creating solutions, which is why when we formed Innovrix Global Health, we did not focus on problems. We formed it as a healthcare solution company, knowing one, technology exists to make healthcare more affordable. Two, we know what we don't know, meaning we're entering a new ecosystem that we've had giants in the industry, in the healthcare. We have some here, Dr. Salas here, Dr. Ramunjai. There's a lot of doctors who've contributed significantly to the health ecosystem. How do we could we build on what they've already added on top of, just to move the healthcare solutions company forward, right? So in terms of technology, one of the things I'm excited about is we build a concept around how do you improve access using technology. I use a story of what our telemedicine service is doing now. So we've launched our company now and we're offering telemedicine services. We had a gentleman who had his kidneys failing. The Gambia doesn't have a lot of nephrologists in the Gambia, but the world does not lack nephrologists. So we have an instance where now a Gambian who does not have to apply for a visa, which brings it back to humanity, meaning he has to sit across from somebody who determines whether they are worthy to travel to get treatment. But now through technology, that gentleman could come to our facility. We could link him with a nephrologist at BLK, who is our super specialty hospital, and the consultation within 30 minutes, we could figure out if he needs a renal function test, we could do it at our facility. It takes 12 minutes. If he needs the electronic health records, we have an electronic health record system. So we've literally created a world with borders without boundaries using technology. So now, and I believe it goes back to restoring our capacity. It goes back to giving people the healthcare that we deserve. So telemedicine is one of those services that we're offering. But even speaking of electronic health record systems, I find it interesting because a lot of my colleagues in the United States always laugh when I tell them, hey, I am innovating, because it's a buzzword, right? But going to a pharmacy and leaving with a bottle that has your name on it is innovation only in the Gambia. They are not impressed when I tell them that, but it's important, because now systems are in place where I believe we have the technology and we're engaging all stakeholders to link the entire Gambia under one electronic health record system. So in meaning, even if you're unconscious and you have a unique medical record number, you could go to the hospital and they could find out what your blood group is. You could go to Serekunda Hospital and get a hemoglobin test, and I am at home, pull out my cell phone, and I could see what your result is. So if a doctor has to consult, you are just closing the gap. That's what technology can do, and that's the technology that we have readily available to make the Gambia a better health ecosystem. We know access is always a problem. We launched a service called Wellness on Wheels. Wow. It's designed, it's near and dear to my heart because most of the times when you look at our community, most of the elderly people have ailments. Most of the elderly people have mobility issues. Our version of what taking care of our elders is literally they're at home. So if they have issues, how could we create a health system where now healthcare is brought to them? Meaning grandmother could be on her bedside, she's diabetic, she needs her blood glucose monitored. It's 2020, she should not get up, get ready, go to a hospital, buy a ticket, stand in line for 2 hours while fasting just to check her blood glucose level. She should be able to wake up, be bedside, and our company come to her using electronic health record systems, check her blood glucose, and even if her doctor is in Japan, the doctor should know that, hey, grandmother is doing okay today. That's the health ecosystem that we believe we can create, and it's moved from being an idea stage to now we're actually implementing it, and it gives me hope, knowing that these services are in place, which is why one of the first things that we did as a company is find out, we try to reach out to almost every single healthcare provider in the Gambia, and we still have a lot to do. Because part of being an entrepreneur, let me put my entrepreneur hat on, startups is tricky. Technology is tricky. Being an entrepreneur, most entrepreneurs fail. Most businesses fail. Which is why when we celebrate TAF at 30 years, TAF is a unicorn in the entrepreneur space. Most businesses don't last that long. But I think part of it too is my mother, who's my entrepreneur role model, and my sister as well too. She always tells me this wall of proverb. Nenit balanga hamfusa worsak tolu, nga ligel sa bopa. Right? I like extending that as a collective nation. Balanyo hamfusun worsak tolu, nyigi ligel sun bopa. Right? And I try not to be political. Because I think, it's a tricky space as well too as a new entrepreneur. We've had a lot of discussions about the role of government and how businesses move. I find it confusing sometimes because when people say the government, I'm a little bit confused. Because the government is the people. The government is a representation of Gambian people. We've had new presidents, we've had new leaders. The government will always be a reflection of who we are as a people. And if we collectively say that we want better across all systems, healthcare, technology, we have to be better as people, right? So yes, we need government support, especially in terms of pushing the best of what we had offer. But I think even the word catalyst is used a lot. Catalyst for change. I did my first degree in chemistry, so I'll go a little bit nerdy, right? So a catalyst from a chemical reaction standpoint is something that could speed up a process without changing its original form. Meaning if government has to be a catalyst, if our private stakeholders have to be catalysts for change in any industry, they should be able to speed up the process while remaining the same, and remaining the same meaning, irrespective of who it is, whatever is better should move forward. That's the hope that we want to have in terms of support. But to bring it back with the concept of healthcare delivery, I'm excited for what technology can do for us. My background is not in technology. I look forward to a day where Gambia could be in one electronic health record system. I am challenging every single person in our industry because I believe if we are serious, within 1 year, we could have a universal electronic health record system where every Gambian will have a medical record number. Everybody's blood group will be in one system. So if you need a donation, it doesn't take hours of logistics. You click one button and you know what blood group you are. That's the vision that we want to paint for the Gambia. Right? And that's where collaboration will also come into play. I see Point Click is here, Malik Khan's company. They do cloud-based services. We're running a cloud-based electronic health record system, right? A lot of people will tell you, well, Gambia is not ready. Gambians are using WhatsApp, social media all over Gambia. So a lot of these systems in terms of healthcare and technology, it's not reinventing the wheel. It's using technologies that already exist. Even telemedicine, when I tell people telemedicine, it sounds like a fancy word, right? If a doctor is in Japan, a patient is in Gambia, they have FaceTime. They have an electronic health record system that's cloud-based. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what telemedicine is. A consultation that you use technology that already exists, you just intertwine healthcare to it. So now for people in the diaspora, which we know Gambia is sustained by diaspora money, it's over $200 million that comes from outside that comes in, right? So I'm always wary when they say it's a joint effort. We're a tax economy, but we're a diaspora economy. We built our company where now it's cheaper than a plane ticket. If your loved one has diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, I keep on mentioning these diseases because more Gambians are dying from these non-communicable diseases than malaria, right? They really are. And it's not an old man's disease, right? I always like to tell people I am 34 years old, considered youthful, but I'm also 34 years old and I'm hypertensive, meaning I have high blood pressure because it's genetic to it. So sensitization and using technology, using preventative services is the Gambia we have to create. So which is why my company is just in the business of finding solutions, because I think 2020 has to be an era where there's an intellectual rebellion in a sense that we have to act now. So our company is just positioned to, one, leverage technology, just to see how we could level the playing field where now a grandmother in Mansakonka could have the same access to quality care than a grandmother in New York, in Tokyo, in Stockholm. That's just the vision that we want to create. And I think that technology allows us to do that. The distributions that we have with quality medications allows us to do that. And it's just a matter of how we can leverage it, not only for a Gambia thing, but throughout the whole sub-region as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Baji. You can talk about healthcare without also talking about affordable healthcare. And I'm sure this is something that the audience would really be interested to know, but that will come to during the first round of questions that we'll be having later. Just a quick question to the audience. How many of us here drink attire? Great. So, Mr. Attire?
Thank you.
The voice is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to quickly say thanks to Uncle Taf and the whole Tafcon organization for inviting me on this panel and giving me this opportunity. So I'm going to talk about the inspiration behind creating E-Brada, and I want to keep it lighthearted a little bit. If you meet like any of my siblings or someone that knew me from when I was a kid and ask them what I was like back then, they'll probably mention a couple of things. And one of them was that I like to fix radios. But I wasn't fixing radios. I was just curious about how things really worked, I mean, in general. So radios were around, so I would open those up and try to figure out what's going on. And a funny thing happens when you open stuff up and people think that you actually know what you're doing, so they bring over more radios. I'll open those up and try to figure out what's going on. Radios are not really that interesting in that sense because there's few moving parts, and then there's electronic components that you can't really tell what they do just by looking at them. So for someone at that age that had no background in electronics or anything like that, it wasn't that interesting for me. Then I moved on to tape decks. And a lot of you looking at the faces in the audience may not know what that is, but you can Google it. So with tape decks, you open it up and you push the play button, and then you see this like intricate mechanism of gears and tiny little parts that all work in unison to get the tape playing and sound coming out of that. And at that age, like looking at that and seeing how complicated this thing was, what will hit you is that it was actually a person or a group of people that put this together. I mean, that thought about it and designed it and make it work. So you get this sense at that age that things are possible. If you put a little bit of effort into it, I mean, it's not magic, as my old boss would say. None of it is magic. It's really just human beings being creative and taking a moment to think about how to solve certain problems. So you get that from it. But the other thing is that as intricate as that mechanism is, I was able to actually look at some of the parts and just by observing them, understand the problem that they solve and the function and their function. Like just observing it and looking at it, I could understand that. And the reason for that was because the solution was actually obvious. it would occur to me that if I was actually given the same problem, if I was told to solve that and figure out, how to make the part do its particular function, I would probably arrive at the same solution. It didn't need to take someone trained in mechanical engineering or any of that. So that also kind of gave me this sense that a lot of times it really just does take the effort of taking a moment and thinking about the problem and how to solve it. And then the answer's just hiding like right behind there. You just have to think about it. And I think that stuck with me as a youth throughout, and even in my career as a software engineer, I would often put myself in the position where I would say, okay, let me take a step back and just think about it for a minute. How would I solve this problem? And more often than not, I will arrive at an elegant solution. So that's one thing. And obviously also that came into play, because we're talking about E-Brada, that came into play in terms of giving me confidence when it came time to build E-Brada, and I'll talk a little bit about that later on for how that process all came together. Now the other thing that this person, the sibling of mine, would tell you about me when I was a kid was that he'd have done him attire all day. Like I would make attire all day. That is very true. But what they don't know is the reason why. Like, why did I like making attire? And it turned out I was a sort of like a selective interlocutor, like so to speak, in a group of people. If I was hanging with my friends, I would pick what parts of the conversation I wanted to be involved in. And for other things that didn't interest me so much, I would sort of just tune out and be in my own world. And I found that being the person that makes the attire in your group, that was easy, because if the conversation came to something that I didn't want to be a part of, I could just pretend to be making attire and no one would pull me into that. So what started as a crutch became a passion, really. I ended up loving making attire. I liked the sort of the artistic expression aspect of it. I mean, I would do this thing where I would pour the attire from 2 glasses at the same time and have the glass like flip over in my fingers and stuff like that. So I really enjoyed the process. I enjoyed it, and I enjoyed drinking attire as well. Now, when I grew up and got married and got kids and got a job that kept me busy pretty much all of the time, that part of making attire became less interesting. I mean, it was a situation where I just wanted to drink attire. If I had friends over, I just wanted to make it for them. I didn't, bother to show them my skills in making attire. It was really just consuming it. So, in times like that, the inconvenience associated with making attire just sort of started becoming magnified, right? I would be there in the kitchen when everyone's in the living room, they're hanging out and chatting, but I have to be stuck in the kitchen making attire. I would often spill the attire on the stove, and my wife, Aisatu, who's my co-founder, didn't appreciate that. And then if I wanted to be part of the actual conversation, I would have to bring over my little stove, bring over the whole set, and sort of lay some newspaper on the carpet so I wouldn't make a mess and all that stuff. So it became really inconvenient just for me as an individual that wants to make attire and consume it and make it for my friends, that I started thinking about, like, there's got to be a better way to do this, right? People consume coffee all of the time. Some people would, take the time to like grind the beans and all of that stuff. But for the most part, you put your coffee in the filter, add water, press a button, and however many minutes later, you have your coffee done. So why couldn't I have the same thing for attire, right? So I had this confidence that I talked about of believing that like I could build things, and it must have been at some point in there that the idea got planted in my head that I could actually build this thing. And once you get that seed of an idea in your head, as you may know, it's like it's the only thing you can think of, like for stretches at a time. So I remember though that one of the first things I did was actually to make a sketch of what this E-Brada might look like. not how it would function, but what it would look like on the outside, like sitting on a kitchen table somewhere. And that actually turned out to be seminal because I would often come back at that, like when I'm making my attire, I'd look at this sketch on the tablet and think to myself, man, I really want to have this sitting on the kitchen counter right now. If only I had this, it would save me all the trouble that I'm going through right now. So it sort of became my North Star in that early stage to actually push on with this project. I think one important thing to say is that I didn't start off working on E-Brada and thinking about it as something that was going to be a commercial product that we would form a company for and build and market. It was really just me wanting something that I could use to make attire for me, and I felt like if I found it useful, probably some of my friends would as well. And because of that, I started out building it, just as a hobby. So I decided that I was going to do everything about it. I think typically someone starting this out as a venture would probably not take that route. You would maybe bring in some experts to help with certain things. But I thought, this was just a weekend project. I'll spend as much time as I can on it and just see how far it goes. So now that is a tough decision because, as Mansada mentioned, like building something like this, my background is in software engineering. There is some code running on the E-Brada, but most of it is like mechanical pieces and electronics that I really don't know much about, right? So taking on something like that yourself does mean that you actually have to learn these things from scratch. But the interesting thing is that, that learning, like going from zero to being, to knowing enough to do what you have to do, turned out to be the most rewarding experience in this whole thing. I mean, you look at the E-Brada put together now and everything, but inside there, like there's various different parts, and getting to the point of conceiving of how those parts should work and actually going in, like when you're doing prototyping, you don't really, you don't have an engineering team that's like, you give designs to and they build the stuff for you. Oftentimes what I have to do is just cannibalize stuff that's lying around and put that together to build that actual part. But when you go from like the idea stage of how this might work and actually going and building, I'll give you an example. One of the parts of the E-Brada is the part that you put the liquid in and that goes to a boil. So I was around the house thinking, okay, how am I going to build this thing? And I just started walking around the house and in the kitchen and looking at things I could use to make this particular part in the prototype. And one of the things I saw was those canisters, those stainless steel containers. So I grabbed one of those. My wife is probably hearing about this the very first time because it was one of her things that she bought for the kitchen. So I grabbed one of those things. I got an old electric kettle, took that apart, grabbed the heater part of that. I cut out the bottom of this metal piece, put that together, found a way to kind of join them together so it'll be, waterproof and it'll be leak proof. When I did that, it took a while. It took several weekends of like buying parts to cut metal, which I'd never done before, and actually cut myself in that process. But once I had that, and I plugged it in, and I added some water, and the little bubbles started to form, and you could hear the sound of the water starting to boil, I got goosebumps. I mean, it was a simple thing, but it was it was the most rewarding experience, and a lot of the other things that were involved in making the prototype were of a similar experience. So I think just a little thing for people that are planning to do something like this, to build stuff, and maybe like be an entrepreneur and sell it and stuff like that. I want to say go for it, because even if it doesn't work as an entrepreneur, even if it fails, the experience you get from going through that, you guys know, it's like no one can describe it for you. You have to experience it yourself. So go for it. I think that's it. I know there's a lot of unknowns here. We have a Q&A session, so feel free to ask about E-Brada if you want. But that was it. I built the prototype, going through that process, put it on YouTube, and as they say, the rest is history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cherno, Atayaman.
Thank you.
For that detailed explanation on the E-Brada. I think it's very innovative. I mean, usually you go to a typical Gambian campaign or, you know, gathering, they call it, you need to boil the brada, go buy ataya, take the kettle, you know, let the water boil. So I think the E-Brada is one, very effective in terms of saving time. But perhaps I'm sure questions would come around nyata kas nga semu again you know and then whether you are also able to have a first brada, second brada, and a third brada, you know, but you know, I'm sure those questions would come in from the audience. So what we're going to do now is open the floor for Q&A. If there's anyone that has a question or a very brief comment, please shoot it through, but can we please try as much as possible to keep it short and precise, so we will be able to have as many questions as possible from the audience. So maybe we'll start with Auntie Jenaba, and then we'll
Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Abdullahi. My question, which is the first one, goes to Dr. Ismail Abaji. I congratulate you for the presentation, first of all. Looking at your presentation, you know, you're talking about electricity, you're talking about the internet. In this country, electricity is erratic, internet is epileptic. So under these circumstances, what do we do with the technology that you talked about?
Yeah, I think that's a really important question, because that's one of the things we grapple with in the beginning stage, because we knew, one, our product was maybe years ahead of the infrastructure that's in place, but that's how we should be thinking in terms of innovation, because if we establish it now, I'd much rather, if light is out, write it on a manual paper, and then when light's back, transpose it into an electronic record that's more permanent, than saying that maybe light is going to be an issue. Maybe we should still stick to paper records, and then a fire happens, like it happened in our ministry, right? And then all the records are gone. And I think we shouldn't underestimate what data availability has done for Gambia. Gambia all of a sudden went so digital in terms of access to internet that we still want it to be cheaper, yes, but across all sectors, socially we've benefited from technology, but we're not leveraging technology in a more productive way, meaning things like electronic health record systems, meaning cloud-based internet services, not internet, email services, where all government platforms have their own email system that's cloud-based, where now our officials are not at foreign meetings, and then their cards have a Gmail or a Hotmail account, right? So I think that's a concern, but we want to be ready for when those systems improve, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So even now at our facility, we have a backup manual system for when the internet there's interruptions in internet, but as soon as it comes back to regulation, then we just transpose it into electronic record, because I think that's most important too for patients when you have to travel. Because how many people have their medical records from last year? It's very difficult, right? But if it's an electronic copy and you want to go to an interview or your child is going for studies, all you have to do is call the facility. I need a soft copy of the physical from last year. Or from an accountability standpoint as well too, which I think the diaspora is really important. If you're sending $200 every single month and your mother is telling you that I'm buying medications for diabetes, or I'm getting my blood sugar checked, there's no way of checking. So even accountability in the system too, if I'm a pharmacist, I want every single consumer to be able to hold me accountable for what medication I sold, when I sold it, why I sold it. So even if it's an antibiotic that I just walk in and want to purchase, if I did not see a doctor for that antibiotic, I should be in a position to tell the patient no. And if there's an electronic record, then it makes it just easy for accountability and transparency to be in the system. So infrastructure is always a challenge. And I think as a startup, one of our biggest costs was creating backup systems. So backup electricity, backup internet. So we have Gamtel and Africell. We have a generator instead of NAWIC. So there's a lot of, it increases the cost of doing business. So as the systems improve, which I think they are improving, our costs will go down, but the technology already exists. And I think it's really important when we're innovating, especially in Africa, we shouldn't bring something that's an Africa version to Africa. The benefit of the diaspora being in systems where we've integrated into systems in the Western world, we know the systems, we know what's good of it. So when we're innovating in our country, we actually have a better advantage to create a system that does not exist there, right? So even with our company, I tell people a lot of times, yes, I used to work for Walgreens, which is a giant, but we're doing things in terms of service where now, even if I'm at Broadfoot, I could call the pharmacy, tell them I have a cold. They'll tell me, okay, 1 second, let me have you speak to the pharmacist, and they could recommend a product and deliver it to Broadfoot. There's systems in Europe that are not doing those things in terms of a quality care, so it's actually creating a model that's better than what's out there, because we've been behind for so long, so if we're trying to catch up, let's create systems where in 2023, 2024, 2030, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. So it's just things that we have to consider.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi. Thank you very much. That was really, really great from all of you. And it's really brought such joy to my heart because we are very good at identifying problems. And I see that you're all solutions driven, and I think that's the way to go, because when people come to me with problems, I say, please, for every problem you bring, can you think of at least 3 solutions? And if we all do that, I think we'll be much further ahead. So I'm just going to pick up from my sister about the power supply. And I have seen some projects that are going in the country where they're using solar for a lot of things. And I wanted to ask Mr. Ataya whether there's a solar version of the E-Brada that you can use maybe in Basse or Medina Samako, where you don't have access to electricity. Because I've visited a project where the solar was very much. But one thing I want to talk to you, I want to commend Dr. Ismail Abaji about is his collaborations. Yeah. Everything you want to do, you can do it. And also, if I see a patient and I don't have time, I can just press a button and dictate what I want to dictate, and it's speech recognition, it's in text, and then I can send it to any doctor or the patient themselves. So I think that for us, technology has the capacity to help us to leapfrog into the future, honestly, because when I tell you how lack of electronic medical records has adversely affected patient care and patient outcomes in this country, we have to move to digital records. I think virtual reality has the capacity to do a lot. We have one radiologist, one Gambian radiologist in the whole country. Now, this is a general radiologist. Think about cancer care. It's just been shown that artificial AI and machine learning can diagnose breast cancer from mammograms better than human eyes. So if you take a mammogram, a digital mammogram, you can send it anywhere, get results, be able to treat that patient without delay, which is important for cancer care. So, I mean, you've been inspiring, and I thank you for what you're doing. We should all support you, actually.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I just add on to that?
Respond, yeah. I mean, Mansata and General.
Just in terms of our technology, even though it was based in the UK, I always had Africa in mind. So one of the first things we do is, obviously I know that there are very few households that have the Google Cardboard or have the Oculus Go. So what we're doing is we're using gyro technology and also touch screen, so you don't necessarily have to have the headset to be able to use our technology. Secondly, we provided it offline, which is why it led to this big award winning, because it was different. So because I know that there are electricity problems, so long as you have a charged mobile phone, once downloaded, you can access it anywhere. You can be in the village and you can have it anywhere, anytime. So there's always, I think it's good that we always have that in mind as well and adapt it to the different economies. So.
Great, thank you. General?
Yeah, so the E-Brada, the version we have right now, you have to plug into a power supply, so whether that's run by solar or not. But as far as having an E-Brada that has an associated solar component, I would say stay tuned on that, because our goal with E-Brada is really making this process of making a tire, making it easier for everyone, right? And we do understand the situation in Gambia and certain parts in the region. So it's stuff we're working on. So right now, when you get your unit, you'll have to plug it in, but hopefully soon we'll have other options.
Thank you. We'll just move to a second batch of questions, starting with our uncle right there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Adam Sala, proprietor and CEO of Lamtoro Medical Center, but also chairman of the board of Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital. First and foremost, I want to congratulate TAF for yet another Tafcon, which is looking like it's becoming very successful. And I want to congratulate the panelists for very brilliant, very lucid presentation so far. I, as a doctor who practiced here for the last 35 years or so, and prior to that, at least a good 15 years in Europe, I have a problem with healthcare delivery in this country. If you look at it, it hasn't changed significantly, I would say, for the past 50 years. And definitely it's about time, and it's fitting and proper that we try to do some innovation to change the narrative. The problem I have is, we are not short of ideas. Some of the things that you've mentioned, some of us have thought about it, and we've tried to start with one thing or the other, but you run into stumbling blocks. A, people don't seem to understand what you want or what you're talking about. And secondly, the issue of affordability. For the ignorance, we need to educate at all levels for people to understand that we can do better. Secondly, you cannot provide adequate and progressive healthcare without some cost being involved. Everything costs money. And I'm always worried about the very limited spending power in this country. It's basically, it's largely in the urban area, and at that maybe even just about 10% of the population can afford the kind of healthcare they need. That brings to the fore, of course, the need to establish a universal healthcare system underpinned by a solid health insurance scheme, which I think we needed yesterday. So all of us should join forces maybe to push our government to get that established as soon as possible. Then also are the issues of human resource. All you are saying, a lot of it addresses diagnostics. But when you diagnose, you also have to have the technically capable people to implement the care that is needed. And Gambia is woefully short of qualified people at all levels. And even at that, there's a serious maldistribution. I remember a couple of years ago at the Ministry of Health, we were looking at the availability of midwives. And at that point, there were only 3 active midwives in the entire provinces. About 90% of them were at the university doing BSc courses in nursing. So there was no balance between training needs and healthcare needs, which means that there was very poor coordination between the training institution and the institution charged with the responsibility to deliver healthcare. So there are numerous challenges. I mean, Dr. Ramunja is here. We've worked on postgraduate training for doctors in this country in the past couple of years. The program has literally been worked out and costed, but it still cannot kick off the way it's desired because of funding problems. Gambia, like Sierra Leone and Liberia, have been designated as special needs countries by the constituent colleges of the West African Postgraduate Training College, that is the College of Physicians and College of Surgeons. Whilst Liberia and Sierra Leone were able to capitalize on this status and mobilize funding from World Bank that was administered through WHO. We could have done the same, but we were just too sleepy to do that. And because of that, we are lagging behind. And it's now showing in the results. I came from the College of Physicians meeting recently. While some of those countries that were even behind us before are now graduating doctors at senior level in their numbers, Gambia had only a single candidate who was not even trained here. So we definitely have a long way to go, and we need to be more serious about healthcare issues and delivery. And I have a problem with the Gambians' attitude towards health itself and healthcare delivery. It has to change.
Thank you very much, Dr. Salah. Perhaps maybe back to Dr. Baji, but if you can just summarize,
I'll definitely make him brief, and I'm glad Dr. Salas spoke because he's one of the giants who's been in the industry for a while. And Dr. Ramunja will tell you, as an entrepreneur, I'm very, very sensitive about also healthcare professionals practicing within the scope of their practice, meaning every single doctor, you have a role based on your training. So I'll never be in a position as a doctor or pharmacist to try to diagnose somebody. So I think a lot of sensitization has to happen in our communities as well too, to know that each doctor is not trained to do everything. So when he speaks to the shortage of doctors, it creates an ecosystem in the Gambia where, and I struggle with this sometimes, where they see Dr. Ismail Abaji and they tell me all their medical problems. And I have to be responsible enough to tell them, no. You go to a general practitioner first to give you an accurate diagnosis, and then when he starts to try to put you on medications, that's when you come to me as a doctor of pharmacy and I could tell you what to do. But it speaks to the shortage of healthcare professionals that we have, which is also why we have to leverage technology. So now if there's an ecosystem in the Gambia where there's nurse practitioners in the US, there's nurse practitioners in UK, who are not ready to make that bold step of coming back home, because it is hard to come back home. That's just the reality. We want people to come back home, but sometimes it takes a level of sacrifice that we don't do it to get a pat on the back, but it's a huge toll on us, on our families. But you could leverage technology where now, even if a doctor in Sweden wants to sacrifice 10 hours of their week to see Gambian patients, telemedicine allows that opportunity to do that. So we have to be willing to see technology as our friend and not something that will also disrupt the current ecosystem, because we struggle too, right, when we're coming in, it goes back to us as a people. Sometimes instead of collaborating, we want to compete first. In the pharmacy industry, for example, I think it took us 5 years to get established because it took that long. Not because we didn't qualify, not because we didn't want to bring services back home, because there are also systems in place where there's a lot of conflicts of interest in industries that we also have to address head on. As a professional person who has a license in the US to practice, I don't think a pharmacy license should be rented out as a commodity. In the Gambia, that is happening. So if a non-person not trained to handle pharmacy, that's why you can't walk into a Gambian pharmacy and see a pharmacist. And it's difficult if I speak up on it because it puts a bullseye on me. But that's the reality that we have to attack head on, meaning people deserve to see the healthcare professionals who are licensed. They take a Hippocratic oath to take care of humanity. We also have to be in a position to enforce it. That's the only way our health system could be better. We have to create a responsible system.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maji. We have 15 minutes before we wrap up with this session. So again, can we please keep our comments or questions very brief and precise so we can take as many questions as possible. Sawane, can we have that gentleman and then we'll have the lady from UNDP in front.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Dudu Lamin Samba. I'm an IT professional as well, and I work in the United Kingdom. I have a quick question for Mansata and Ismaila. Dr. Baji, what security measures do you have in place to protect your patients' personal data in regards to your applications?
Yeah, sure, I'll go first. So what we currently do is therapy. So as we go, there isn't any data we collect, given our first prototype. This is our first product. Going forward, we will be using artificial intelligence where we will be collating data. And because I am based in the UK, we have GDPR, I'm sure you know, so I think I'm sorted. So they have grand rules around data, so which you have to, you're fined if you don't follow. So data shouldn't be an issue for me. I think the main challenges for me would be integrating what I already created in the UK back here in the economy, in the Gambia, and just trying to, as Doctor said, explain the benefits of having such advanced technologies in terms of the application, not just in the mental health space, in the pain medicine space, in helping with phobias, in helping with even childbirth now. There are trials going on where women don't feel pain in VR when they're giving birth to. So that's the power of VR, and that's what I want to bring back in the Gambia.
Thank you very much.
I think
Dr. Baji, in 1 minute.
1 minute. So yes, so the benefit of us being a US company is we built our privacy practices based on the US, which is more stringent. So even at our facility, if you come for a screening, you have to sign a consent form. So meaning even if your husband, you don't give us consent to share your results with your husband cannot have access to your records. That's one aspect of it. There's a level of confidentiality, which is why we're rolling out therapy services for mental health, which is why we do STD testing, because all those records, I feel like we need to give the agency back into the people that it belongs to from a privacy standpoint. And from a cloud-based standpoint, a lot of people are hesitant to go cloud-based because they tell you, what about privacy? What about data? And Malik could attest to that because he runs a cloud-based service. Nobody protects data more than these giant companies like Amazon, Google, right, and the like. So everybody in the room with an email, Yahoo, you're using a cloud-based services. So the data is already protected from that perspective. But patient confidentiality is the bedrock of our practice.
Thank you. Ajara, can we have you, please, in 1 minute?
Yes, I'm going to keep this short. Thank you very much. This is a very great platform, and there's a lot of great initiatives that are happening. By Gambians. And I just wanted to add a comment that UNDP has a new initiative which is all about scaling up initiatives like yours that are homegrown or that are local initiatives, and it's called the UNDP Accelerator Lab. And the whole idea of the Accelerator Lab is to work with local communities to identify what is happening in our local communities, because there's a lot of local knowledge, there's a lot of local expertise. How do we utilize what people are doing on their day-to-day basis to impact their lives, and how can we scale that up from a development perspective? And it's not focused on like one particular sector. It's identifying a portfolio of solutions that we can all come together, collaborate in moving our development agenda forward. For instance, we launched the lab just in November 2019 in collaboration with the Woman Boss and Point Click. So I just thought this was a good platform, we're talking about technology, we're talking about innovation, how we can really work together to ensure that the UNDP is also, coming from its leverage of partners and network, how can we work with all your initiatives that are doing so great right now? So that was what I wanted to add. And okay, tomorrow we have like a 3D printing hackathon event where we have over like 65 participants from local communities coming in. They don't need to know what 3D printing is all about, but that's the whole idea of the event. How can we start engaging the youth at the Disruptive Lab in Fajara?
Thank you, Ajara.
One boss.
This is something
So yeah,
that you can take up with
that's what I'm saying. So just to introduce that so that we can reach out to as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take 3 more comments, starting with this gentleman, and can we please do it in 1 minute?
Yeah, I promise. I wanted to talk a lot, but I would be brief.
Please, in 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute, maybe less. My name is Omar Job. I lived in Oslo, Norway for the past 4 decades, but thanks to Alaji Mustafa Njai, now I'm back home for good. Because when I stand at my veranda, I'm living here in this estate, Taf Brufut Gardens, and see the sea view and the hotel and the bridge, the breeze of the sea. I would say Alhamdulillah, because apparently I have been staying there for 13, 14 years, going and coming. Now, Alhamdulillah, I am back home for good. But let me just say, there are many Gambians who want to come back home. They cannot, because you don't have accommodation, you don't have job. So that's all for now. But my question goes to Mr. Attaya. I don't know whether you think about the essence of attire in this country, because attire is a view. Many is here, she can bear witness. Every Sunday we go to Bakau and have attire and have lunch and chat. So is this e-machine meant only for diaspora, or have you thought about Gambia itself and the way attire and the consequences? Because people think about $10 to buy attire. You bring the machine that you have to pay. Don't misjudge me. I am very proud of you because I saw this over the net. I was very happy when a Gambian made this machine. But my question is mainly, have you think about, the consequences of the Gambians who doesn't even have money to buy this attire, and then you bring the machine that they want to buy and, use electricity, whatever. Thank you.
Mr. Job. I think his questions basically relates to cost, so maybe that's something we can tackle, please.
Yeah, and as I answered earlier, we're just at the beginning stages of this, and doing a product like this, you can target the entire world at the same time starting out. And what I say to people, like I just mentioned before, is that we are keeping in mind everyone that makes attire today, and our solution is not necessarily just an e-machine that you plug in that uses this much electricity. We're thinking our vision goes beyond that. We want to help everyone that makes attire today. So hopefully, it's not too much detail, but hopefully that answers some of your questions.
Right, thank you. I think we have a, gentleman, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Usman Ba. I live in the United States for the last 30 years. And I am the CEO of IIHT here in the Gambia. I want to take a moment to thank Tafcon, whom I met through LinkedIn, my favorite site. And also Malik, whom I also met through LinkedIn. So I have been coming to the Gambia for the last 25 years. So hearing what you guys are talking about today in technology, which is my field, I have worked for AT&T for 16 years and also was the vice president for Bank of America for a couple years. So my question goes to Dr. Ismail Abaji. Ismail Abaji. I have seen a lot in this country. And everybody has a role to play. As you guys said, we can't depend on the government to do it for us. We have to do it for ourselves. With that said, Our institution, IIT, we are a pure technical institute where 60% of our courses are done hands-on. So the reason why we are discussing this, because today I want to ask you, if you are looking for an employee in your organization or anybody else here, to find an employee that is competent, capable, able to be a billable employee on day one, it is very hard. So what we need here is what we call capacity building. We need to educate our folks in technology. And what I meant by that is most of the folks, when you give them the laptop, most of them don't know what to do. It is a fact. I have seen it. I have lived it. So have you find it very difficult to find a really, really talented IT skilled folks? If you want to bring a call center here in the Gambia today, to look for 400 Gambians who can do technical support in system administration or network administration, are we able to find this?
Thank you, Mr. Ba. I think the question is clear. Dr. Baji, again, 1 minute.
Yeah, I think capacity is a challenge with any startup. And what it does is it increases your startup costs because you have to outsource a lot of the labor. But I also tell people, when we were starting the company, we did not know that Asutech existed. So they are Gambians who are equally qualified to do a lot of the skills. So we outsourced the building of our mobile application, and it's almost done. And then I met Asan. I knew about Asutech. So at that point, it's a no-brainer to transition the sustainability of that app to a Gambian-owned company, right? So plenty of times, capacity is a problem in any field, but we also have to be intentional. When we import talent, we make sure that that talent is transferred to a Gambian who could sustain it, and we also have to be willing to now hand over the project to a fellow Gambian, where now somebody else who's not Gambian cannot technically bribe their way through getting something that a Gambian deserves.
Right.
So especially in the tech space, there's Gambians, there's a hackathon tomorrow. There's Gambians doing amazing things. If we're intentional about finding it, it'll make your startup costs higher in the beginning, but you could train, we've trained nurses on point of care technology diagnostics that they've never used it. There's doctors in the ecosystem that have never worked with an electronic health record system. It'll be intensive in the beginning, but if we're intentional, Gambians are capable. We just have to be willing to empower them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Doctor Sawane, do we have someone there? Okay, let's just go with this guy and then one final question and we'll wrap up the session.
Okay, thank you very much. And I first of all want to start by thanking our uncle, Mustafa, for this initiative. Because anytime I hear the word Gambia to them, my heart breaks. I'm thinking like, should I migrate out of the Gambia? What am I going to do? Because it seems like a lot of people are causing the country. And I think it's a very serious thing. So they started off very insightfully by combating that very, very notion, which is very disempowering, like Gambia to them. So Gambia to them, I really support that. And thank you very much for that. I think it's very insightful. And secondly, what intrigues me a lot about the panelists is that it seems like none of you are really IT kind of persons, like you didn't have a background in IT. And then you made all these entrepreneurial ventures which are quite innovative and very creative in IT. So the internal ecosystem, like how you motivate yourselves, because I think for a whole lot of people, they have ideas, but how do they motivate themselves? You know, how do they sort of like engineer the self-belief to go and persist and do what they're supposed to do? So based on your lessons, I just want you to comment on those ones quickly. The second thing which I want to kind of like plead, because ministers are here and others are here, and I think Auntie Ramu mentioned it, is like we have to, technology gives us the opportunity to leapfrog. And it all comes down to education, as a lot of people have sort of implied or mentioned directly. And massive open online courses which are now available online, they intrigue me a lot, because these are places where you can go online and do certificate programs, do individual courses and all these kind of things. So when I first saw that, I was like, wow, this is something for our country. We are struggling with education. We are so struggling with affordability and things like that. So I want to know your insight about how we can use technology to make education affordable, to make it accessible, and to make it quality as well.
Thank you
very much.
Mansada, starting with you.
Sure, I'll say, well, I go by three things. I call it the 3 L's. It's learning, leveraging, and leveling up. So learning, we're in the day and age now where there can be no excuses. You can go on the internet, get access to courses from Cambridge, Princeton, Harvard, like the most high quality courses for free on Coursera. You can get free courses on coding on Udemy even Apple, the Swift Key, their program, you can download the app and learn how to program. All these are available for free. So I would say there's this misconception that technology is coding and the back-end software engineering. I'd really push people to think beyond that. Technology is so much more than that. It can be UX, so even if coding isn't for you, you can try the front design. Say you're in HR and you love HR, it doesn't mean you need to be in technology. Find a technology company you can work with and see how you can add value to that company. So in terms of leveraging, I would really say use your networks. So that's what really helped me. I built this venture on my own, but I always had a support network around me. So I knew I could go to this mentor and reach out, just be brave. One of the Microsoft CTOs, startups, is my mentor. Like, never in my mind would I think, oh my God, I'm gonna reach out to the CTO, but I did it and we're in touch now. So be brave, I'd say definitely that would be leveraging. Leveling up is be ambitious. Really, you'd be surprised what you can achieve when you really believe in yourself, and use your creativity. That's what this session is about. And that happens naturally when you're an entrepreneur and you don't have the funding and you don't have the finance and you don't have the team. I'd say people to just sit still. What I learned in Asia is meditation. It's sitting still, being present, and actually thinking. I think what we do is we seek outside for solutions, but it is within us. We can really achieve what we can achieve, but it takes sitting down, actually thinking, and coming up with solutions.
Sure. So I think you made a reference to IT, the word IT, as in someone that knows IT should now be able to do IT things, but I feel like IT is really broad. I mean, my background is in software engineering, which I think would be considered IT, but it doesn't mean that I can build IT things. For the E-Brada, for instance, like I said, the programming is just a small part of it. There's a lot of it that I would have to get experts from elsewhere to help me with that, or go learn the stuff myself. So I want to make a really quick point that if you think about someone that goes through college and gets an engineering degree or whatever it is, at the end of the day, what you realize going through that program is that you actually taught yourself whatever you knew. You would be in class, the professor would give assignments and stuff like that. They'll talk a little bit, but at the end of the day, you find out that everything that you know, you learned yourself. And that I think is what really going through college or getting a formal degree teaches you, how to go learn by yourself. Now, even if you don't have a degree, this is still something you can go do by yourself. You might need a little bit of guidance, but if you're working on a specific project, that's your guidance right there. Everything you need to learn, if you commit to doing this yourself, the resources are there. There's no excuse.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We've been given an extra 10 minutes to do questions as well. So, Sawana, yeah, can we have the young lady there? Yeah, that lady, yeah. Sorry, I'm giving priority to
There's
the
one
women.
in the corner too. I think there's one in the corner.
Hello, my name is Leila. Just a comment. The reason why females are not in the IT sector, so far as we have gone for data collection, we've realized that in high school or university, primary school, the only thing most of us are taught is Word document and just Word document. And we go to university, we find it really, really hard to cope, especially with men. Like a class filled with 99% of males, all lectures are male, you don't have a motivation. It's just a man's world. So for a lady, it's really, really hard to cope. Because in my second year, I'm still having problems. I'm having problems facing from coding, from graphics, because I feel like that's not my world. But if instead we had female lecturers, people who we could relate with, and mentors, probably the scenario will change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start to congratulate my big brother, my cousin, Mustafa. You are an inspiration to everybody. And I am very happy that you come up with this conference every year. And I was so proud and happy to attend last year and this year. What you're doing to the Gambian community, everybody appreciates it. And we thank you, and we pray to Allah that He guides you and your team. We are very proud of you. I'll also commend the team, the panel. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Nemengeba. I've been living in the US for 16 years now. I have a bachelor's in management, and most of my experience was back home. I was home here for 8 years, and I went back. And to just let you guys know that, like I said, I have bachelor's in management, but right now I'm studying IT, because eventually I'm coming back home. My question is for Chanojai. Thank you very much. Gambia High School is so proud of you. And like Mr. Job says, I also went online. When I see the E-Brada, I share it to let people know that we Gambians, we can do it. Like Tafsir, Gambia will go. And we just have to believe in ourselves. So my question for you, Chano, is when is the E-Brada coming? Because people are asking me. And almost everybody that knows me say that, Menge, are you going to buy one for me? I'm in trouble here.
Yes.
So the other question is, are we going to have first brother, second brother, and third brother? Because that's what we have with the local brother. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We really appreciate you coming here, and we learn a lot from this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Are we going to have the first, second, and third brother?
Yeah, well, so by the way, we are doing pre-orders right now, so online. Unfortunately, this is just for people in the US and Europe right now, just because of the e-commerce infrastructure is more mature there. But it's open for pre-orders right now, but the units will start becoming available in March, so you'll start seeing them in Gambia in March. And as to your question for first, second, and third, and how long it takes and all of that, the design of E-Brada was such that it really just automates whatever it is that you do today to make E-Brada manually. So the answer really directly is yes. You can do first, second, and third, just like you do today. It takes about 15 to 20 minutes per. Again, very similar to what you do today. It even does the adding the sugar at a later stage that you do today. So when you think of it, think of the process that you go through today, but being automated by a machine. And thank you so much for your interest and your support.
I was teasing Cherno during our briefing that he said sugar. You could also use a sugar substitute as well, because attaya has a lot of high content of sugar. So the type of sugar you could use, you could put a sugar substitute. I just had the responsibility of saying that.
Thank you. Finally, we're going to have an intervention by Dr. Keba Marina, aka Dr. Twitter. I was told you have an intervention, so we'll just hear from you and then we'll wrap up the session.
Thank you for that. Not so much an intervention, just more of a comment. I'd like to congratulate the three on the panel for what they've done, because I think what they do really embodies what we need as a country to move forward. Because as a country, we're very good at being naysayers. We're very quick to say it won't work, or an idea is not going to go anywhere. And what these three have done has shown that if you believe in what you want to do, you can make it happen. Knowing some of them personally, I know what they've gone through to be able to get to where they got through. And for some, it hasn't been easy. So it's just persevering, having that zeal, and believing in what it is that you're creating. It's about, as Dr. Baji has said, thinking to the future. We have to think about where we want to be and then find a way to get there, come with solutions. It's very easy to be comfortable and sit where we are, but as the famous quote says, if you keep on doing if you keep on doing the same thing and expect different results, that's the definition of folly. And unfortunately, we seem to like doing that, staying in our position, staying in our lane and doing the same thing. If we want to improve, if we want to be better, we have to think outside the box and find a way to get there and make it happen. And I think all three of you have done that. I'm not going to go too much into the health side. My elder colleagues have done that enough. Even with the E-Brada, with the sugars we've been talking about, I'm one of those who would even advocate for an attire tax to put in towards our national health insurance. However, it's the concept. It's having something that you do every day and saying, how can I make this better and how can I make this easier for myself and for people around me? There's a lot of things that we do every day, and we could probably make them better, make them less stressful, make them more efficient, but there's always something holding us back. As I say, you three have shown that if you break those shackles of those things holding us back, you can produce great things.
Thank you. Thank you, Keba. Thank you very much, Dr. Marina, for that intervention. Thank you very much to Mr. Ataya. Thank you, Keba, and of course, thank you, Mansata Kurang. Can we give these incredible people a big round of applause? This has been a very good session. Personally, I have learned a lot, and I am sure the audience also did the same. Just two takeaways, brief ones from me during the session. The first one is looking at the stories and the humble beginnings of each and every one of you. One thing that I have learned is tough times never last, but tough people do. And you guys have manifested that here today. And most importantly, when you go out in certain Gambian societies or certain programs, they tell you, think outside of the box. But what you guys have shown here today is, don't think outside of the box. Get rid of that box, and you'll be able to attain your lifetime goals. So thank you very much, and we wish you the very best with regards to the rest of the deliberations. It was a pleasure moderating this one. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our wonderful speakers. We applaud them a lot. It takes a lot of courage and confidence to be able to come back home to do exactly what they've been doing, solving the underlying issues while leveraging technology. So thank you to our speakers. I wish to apologize that we will not be having a break. We'll just swiftly move into the graduation of the TAF Africa Leadership Academy. I know the hunger of the body impedes the proper nourishment of the mind, but you'll have to excuse us so that we can just quickly wrap up the session and have break, network as much as possible. And while we're at it, setting up the place for the graduation, I just have a short interlude. I'm not singing, not dancing, expect none of those, but I will be using the power of words to fill your hearts. I hope you enjoy it. When I was a child, I always ever wanted to be able to compete with the boys in my class. And each time my foot raced them, I won every time at recess. Because of my muscular frame, they called me names, and for the way I ever wanted to be feminine. I started wearing skirts and dresses, and in middle school they treated me like racist. The weed on my mind only grew and grew until I became a mixed drink cocktail or an attire brewed. With one part of me, loneliness was ensued. I thought the definition of a feminine began with the word frail. No one ever realizes how greatly words affect us as we sail, how simple nicknames can turn a pretty girl into a skeleton in a male. At that instant, I became a girl of substance. Even you could see my ribcage through my t-shirt, and my spinal cord protruded loudly through my withered skin as if my bones were dirty, knives so thin. I became the girl that was never enough. Not good enough to speak poetry, not good enough to lay paint on a canvas, not primed to perfection, not undeniably straight, not smart enough or fun enough. I became the girl that was never enough. I never told my father, for he too thought I wasn't enough. I only ever wanted to be strong. And as a child, I was told that strength was something only a man possesses. But as I grew older, I realized that strength is nothingness, that it's not about weakness, but the ability to overcome social anxiousness. It's about being able to lift a lifetime of baggage on your broken back like a luggage. So we will always be enough. Enough for the ones that shunned us, enough for the ones that caused us, hurt us, destroyed us, beat us when we were in bruises. Because you see, bruises fade, and the scars on our flesh are only stories. Stories we will overcome. When I was a child, I always, ever wanted to be strong. Thank you all. So perfect. At this juncture, I'll now like to invite the youth man. He does not need an introduction at all, but how do we do? Tough Africa Global has amazing initiatives geared towards empowering young people and developing their capacities, because we'll eventually take over the mantle of leadership if we haven't started already. So it's important that we have the requisite knowledge and skills that will enable us to do this effectively. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I welcome Mustafa Anjay to give us a statement on the inspiration behind TAFLA.
Good afternoon. So we continue. Can I please invite Madam De Aisatunjai and my able pastor, Pastor Forbes. All right. Okay, you go there. Thank you. Okay, again, thank you very much, everybody. When it's my turn, I am a bit informal. It's because of my background. I mean, I was raised up in Banjul, and part of the New Perseverance VU. I wonder if they're still here, any of them here. All we do is warranty. We argue. We disrupt. And that's probably what is now being formalized, called the disruptive lab. And that's who we are. I mean, if I want to call out some of the names there, you have the Mbaye Blaise Jains, the Babukar Sars, the Keba Touretes, Mams, Sunyurakangawon. So, he was going with our younger brother, but he will pass by. So, I am taking over now, but a little bit informal, and I love my stories. So you'll hear a lot of stories, while I deliver this. Now, let's talk about the, with TAFLA, the Tough Africa Leadership Academy. It's one of the initiatives that we have taken as I go through the last quarter of life. How many of you had heard about my belief on the 4 quarters of life? I've said it over and over and over again, but it's always good to repeat it. I mean, I have a very innovative mind, and I think about life, and when I thought about life, I came up with this to say that, look, life is made up of 4 quarters. Because at the age of 80, you're not part of the equation anymore. Is anybody at 80 here? Doctor, probably you're the only one. Are you 80 yet? Almost. So you see, we only have one person, Dr. Kurang, who's 80, and you are here for a special purpose, because Mansata is around. Isn't it? So you see, this is the reality. Let's just face the reality. At this age, you are no longer part of the equation. So then I peg life at 80. Anything will be extra. So the first quarter is between 0 and 20. 0 and 20, everything you do in your life, they do it for you. Let's think about it. You're going to school, when you were born, and then your parents, your guardians look after you. So you hardly do anything for yourself. Then let's move fast to the second quarter. The second quarter is between 20 and 40. And that's when you start, that's when you start life. You finish up uni, you get married, you start a business, you start work, you're just beginning life. You start making kids and so on. But success never strikes in that quarter. Very few who are extremely lucky, like the Bill Gates and others, can, but that's not the norm. Then the third quarter is between 40 and 60. And that's what I call the break or make it quarter. That's when actually success comes in. I mean, just think about it, the people you know. That's the norm. But now, what happens after the third quarter? That's between 60 and 80. And I'm 62, mashallah. So when I reached 60, I thought, now, what do you do in this quarter? This quarter is about leaving a legacy. So I decided, after a good thought about it, that look, I want to leave a legacy. But leaving a legacy without being a forefront in politics. Because the norm in Africa is that after money, it's power. After power, it's money. You see, these two reverse, or both. People always, when they make so much money, then what next do they think about? Oh, I have to get into power. Or you have to control it to protect your money. The other way is when you have power, when they give you power, instead of working for the people, you start amassing wealth. So I decide not to, and I think that's who I am. I like the freestyle. I mean, Mabuso is shaking his hand. Mabuso, by the way, this guy with the white beard, is my friend for about 30 years. And I'll tell you about him also. He's also retired. And you know what his passion is? Music. He plays the guitar, and that's why I went to open mic 2 Saturdays ago. I was at open mic. So anyway, so again, that's my personality. And quite a number of times, as we know in this country today, anybody they think that you are successful, they try to get you into politics. So I discuss it openly. And in the media, and the powers that are, that man bread maragal man bokomachi. Choli barina bokomachi. I'm not part of it for those who are in who don't speak Wolof. I get this over and over and over again. People come and interview me. Why don't you go and throw your hat into the ring? But that's not me. But I can make a difference. And that's what I want these young ones to understand. And a good example today, you know who the good example is? Usain Bolt. He was the best sprinter, breaking all the records. But what happened? What did he do? He went to play soccer. Had he made any name in it? No. So we must capitalize on our God-given talents. I am an entrepreneur, that's what I know. And I will do everything possible, as you said, to break the glass ceiling, heading to the seventh sky. And that's what I do. So therefore, after reaching 60, wanting to leave a legacy, I thought, look, I need to give back. And whatever the youth are going through, I've gone through it. We all went through it. So now, how can I use my 45 years experience? This year, I have worked for 45 years. I'm celebrating 30 in business, but I have worked for 45 years. So I would like to share my experience. These kids, they need it. Because some of them, they go astray out of ignorance. They've never had the opportunity to be brought up with key values of life. So I chose leadership. Because today in Africa, the problem we have, we must face it, is leadership. In all aspects. Religion, social, politics, business, is all in one word, leadership. Now, being progressive, I thought, look, let's now set up this leadership academy. Fully funded through our foundation, amongst a lot of initiatives that we have. So now, on the Leadership Academy, we identified 7 different subjects, and I will call it out. One was futuristic vision, and again, we identified eminent Gambians that had key competence in these subjects. So we identified futuristic vision, And my brother, Muhammad Jagana, is here. Can you rise and probably take the front seat here? He gave a lecture on futuristic vision. Then we had Ida Drame. She was here, but I think she's gone back, who gave a lecture on honesty. Then we have my dear sister, Ndeye Aissatou Njai, that gave a lecture on accountability. We had Oli Dibawada, who gave a lecture on empathy. Madame Lucy Faye gave a lecture on confidence. Malik Khan gave a lecture on innovation. And then our Mary, of course, they go together, gave a lecture on empowerment. Sola Mahoney, Sola I think is here also. Sola, can you rise? And Sola gave a lecture on good communicator. Decision making was lectured by Aki Allen. I'm not sure Aki is here. Mr. Aki Allen of Gambia Electrical. Then Ami Bensouda gave a lecture on integrity. Fatou Jain Senghor gave a lecture on commitment. And on passion, I gave the lecture, my humble self. So again, probably let me just reiterate the issue about passion. That whatever I'm doing, because I do have quite a lot of questions on these things that I do. And that's the country we're living in. Some people are hardcore believers that I have an agenda. They cannot understand that we spend this amount of money, time, and energy just for nothing. But it's my passion. It's something that I just love. I just like it. And people don't understand this. They think that everything you have in life, you do in life, you must have something out of it. And what I derive out of it is pleasure. As simple as that. I mean, you've seen my friends here. I've got some friends, highly net worth, big boys, huh? When you say big boys, they are big boys who are here, very discreet because we share certain values. Some are flying in. One of my friends only roams around with private jet. I beg him, please don't come, because you'll bring me noise here. They don't behave like this. Is like the Nigerian angle. I'll give you this story. I walked into one of my bankers in Lagos, you know, and he tried to convince me to finance me to get a PJ. You know what a PJ is, you know, a private jet. I said, oh, please, me, I am half die born. We don't know those things, please. You know, can you imagine having a PJ and come landing it in Banjul? I cannot understand. I mean, that's not me. Because what I do is when I get up in the morning, people don't know this. I have people that I really align with. On the beach, I connect with those big boys. I jog every day. I jog and walk every day, 10 kilometers every day in the morning. And when I do, there are boys on the beach there. Once we met up, Mams, you remember? I saw you on the beach also. You know, so I don't buy bottles of water. These rastas and dreads, they call me all sorts of names. You bro nakam you know, and then they give me a bottle of water. Hey, Uncle Taf, you should come here. I call this place, I'm gonna call it Taf Africa. You know, people are so hospitable in this country. So for me, when I'm on the beach jogging, I enjoy it. When it's low tide, you know, I go all the way to Tangier and then come back. And these are the things I enjoy. I have another thing that I enjoy, Damabuga Gamo. Man Gamo Katla. And you don't know this about me. I mean, but this is my passion. General, you know, I go to Ndar every year. Damade Gamo Jibendar. You know, Mama Paseru. And these are the things. Ibuseka, I told him, Noko, I'm the president of the Ibuseka fan club. But we must learn, basically the reason why I'm telling you these things, we must try to identify what our passion is and we enjoy it. These kids that we are bringing up today, that's what we want us to do. Identify your core competence. Identify what you want. What do you love? What do you want to do? And then develop yourself based on that. Not because you want to be identified as the creme de la creme or whatever. But what do you enjoy? I enjoy cutting. You remember, I enjoyed carpentry. That was my passion, and that's what brought me here. Yusundur, who I am in love with. You know, I don't know, and you followed him on his interview recently, what he did, you know, with his new releases. He was actually pointing out what he has achieved through music. Yusundur started as a dropout. He came to Banjul here, he said it, he was sleeping around everywhere. Today he's a big boy influencing world politics. We saw him in the White House with Bush. You saw him with Chirac. He is not at this level who we think he is, not only the mic, but he's influencing important things. So therefore, you can. You can. So these kids here, we have now given them this lecture. I don't want to take over all the show. You know, just to highlight some of the things that had happened. You will see them when they stand up. I think you should just stand up. Let the fellows stand up. These are the Tough Africa fellows. 50 of them, they will come up and receive their certificates. Okay, you can sit down now. There's a commander. It happened actually when I went to Tendaba about 2 years ago. They invited me as a guest speaker. And I was sitting at the podium and just looking at them. And what came into my mind was Gambia's assets. These are the guys, they are our assets. It's not us. We are done, we are going, whether we like it or not. But then somebody asked about the three things that you should ask for. You know, I asked myself, what can I do about them? We should always do that. People seems to be so much, you know, entitled. Oh, oh, he didn't do this for me. But what are you doing yourself? So first question was, what can I do? And this is how it came about. You know, out of them actually, if you look at their outfit, the outfit was done by one of them. It was done by Usman Jangha. The male outfit, Usman, you can see Usman designed this, and it's one of them. And the female was also done by one of them, who is Mam Kodu Dabo. Where's Mam Kodu? So you see, so we have talents. And now let me also, whilst on design, just again applaud Yaus Konate for designing the ladies. You see all the ladies' jackets that we have with the those ones there. It was done by Yaus. And then is Os here? Yeah. Oh yeah, Os is at the back. You saw me my tight-fitted jacket yesterday. He's the one who did it. So it was all done locally. So we need to applaud and just encourage these young ones. So this is all about the Tough Africa Leadership Academy. These 50 are going to graduate today. We opened up for applications, and guess what? By November, we had to close it out because we had 600 applicants. We would like to now probably move the area because in our office, we have a space that can only accommodate about 50. We are looking at a bigger venue, and we have to do more because there is demand. So basically, this is it. These are the young ones that I also had the challenge. Let me make like so you can judge the 6-pack challenge. How good am I doing now? I want the 6-pack, but it's too expensive for me. I go around the world trying to, you know, watch my weight, go to spa treatments, you know, doing everything possible. But at 63, it's tough, man. But I'm still determined, huh? So let's postpone the decision until next year. So on that note, on a softer note, I don't want to take you to show Pastor. Pastor, you don't need any introduction. By the way, I'm one of his church members. I contribute in his church. Because he's my younger brother in Methodist Prep, so I am obliged to contribute. That's who Gambia, as Gambians. So Pastor, let me not take you a show. Come here, we know what you do best, and you're going to do it excellent. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Pastor Francis Forbes.
He sounded like a pastor. And maybe I should make him one too. Good afternoon to you all, and let me assume all the standing protocols, but certainly to mention the presence of the Honorable Minister of Finance and our own ICC Chief Prosecutor. A couple of years ago, I traveled through Nairobi International Airport, and when the immigration took my passport, they said, Gambia. I said, yes. And then I said, Fatu Bom Bensouda. Said, yes, she gives us a lot of trouble. Thank you, ma'am. And for those of you who don't know her, we who know her, her name is Bom. And all the diplomats, my respects to you all. Thank you so much, Taf, and the lecturers of TAFLA. And from what I observed yesterday, I also want to thank Mrs. Tafinjai, because I hear she must be put in the picture. And to those of you graduating, congratulations to you all. After 1 year of hard work, for your commitment, for your patience, for your consistency, and for your trust. And I emphasize those four because whenever you are chosen to be part of something that's starting, especially when it doesn't have a precedent, you're really not sure what you're going to get, and you feel you're going to be made guinea pigs. But you have a very cherished place in TAFLA because from maybe about 30, 40 of you, it's now exponentially growing to 600, and God knows what 2021 will bring, maybe thousands. And you would always be able to beat your chest to say you were the first. But one of the reasons why I believe you trusted to join TAFLA and why you were brought on board was because of the person behind it. And that's Mr. Mustafa Njai Taf, because of his name, because of his character, because of his integrity, and because of his ability to deliver. And so you are not really bothered whether it was a scam. You will come at 10 and he will show up at 11:30. The lecturers will go and drink. Okay, it's being promoted, so let me not talk about it. Lest the brother man gets upset with me. But the things which seem to be normative in our national life that tend to slow the progress we all so much desire, which progress is a possibility because we see Gambians being celebrated around the world. From Botswana to the Bahamas, from Singapore to all the nations of the world that I've traveled as a preacher, I always find Gambians. And I keep asking them, what are you doing here? You are fixing other places, whereas it looks like our place is not being fixed. Like somebody once said that a Gambian man married a non-Gambian woman. They lived abroad for a long time. And she met through him many, many astute, erudite Gambians. And she was so enthralled at her first visit to the Gambia. And she saw the Gambia then. I don't know which Gambia it was. And she turned to her dear husband and said, why is it that the Gambians that I've met are so advanced that they are more advanced than their country? And so TAF, as we can see, has brought up this vision. And the vision in my heart finds a place in a scripture verse in the Bible, which I'll read. It says, a good name is better than precious ointment. Precious ointment is great, it's fantastic, it can cost $10,000, but it will expire. But a good name is generational and transgenerational. And that is why I believe you trusted in TAF. What is leadership? Leadership assumes you know where you are heading. Leadership assumes you know where you are going to. You have what it takes. And that people are going to follow you because you are visionary and you won't wreck their lives and dash their hopes. That's leadership. And so if you call yourself a leader, after some time in your life, you have to physically turn behind. And if there's nobody following you, you're just taking a long walk. You're not a leader. It means there are some qualitative characteristics put in you by mentorship, by apprenticeship, by tutorship, by learning, and the amount of determination and discipline you have in your life to become somebody. It's a joy to celebrate everybody on this high table. And one of the things that I want to say to you quickly, lest I forget, is beyond the achievement of all these Gambian experts and the lecturers who lectured you, and because of who they are, we celebrate them. And for me, the key qualitative characteristic which I see in Taf is humility. It's humility. You walk into his office, it's a glass building. There are no layers of secretaries to see. And if they like you, you'll see him. If they don't like you, they'll tell you he's at a board meeting, but he's watching football on TV. They won't do that. But he is open. And maybe that's his personality, but it's a winning formula. I remember many years ago, I was walking down the UN plaza with my wife, and this big American, it must have been an Escalade or something, parked, and this woman stepped out, and it was Mrs. Bensouda. And we were just like 20 feet behind her. I just said, "Bum," and she turned, and she said, "Francis," and she hugged me. I mean, I could see through the eyes of the security that he wanted to pick me up, maybe spare my wife, and throw me away. But it's humility. And that humility is also indicative. Yesterday, I sat here. I sat at that last chair where the cameraman is. Next to me was Uncle Oko Drame. Next to him was Imam Babali. Now, I had so many other things to do yesterday, so I had to leave. And when I was leaving, I turned to Uncle Oko. I said, "Please, I need to go." And I turned to Baba. We exchanged pleasantries. And when I walked out there, I heard and I watched through the screen that the Taf icon was Oko. He never told me, "Boy, Togal, they are about to give me something. See it, Manla." He didn't have that attitude. The humility in his life. I am so sorry I had to leave Uncle Oko, but I'll see you. Congratulations. I think we really need to honor him. But that's the quality you need to have. Do business, I gave them a business to do, and after some time I had to say to the person, "You are not business material," because the person was not self-motivated. And it's not really bad. There are some people who can work within systems that already have a governance structure. So you go to work, you clock, you go on break, you pray, you do what you do, and you close. But once you say, "I am chesting out for myself," then you have to have the internal mechanism to wake up on time, the internal mechanism to weigh whatever you get as income in your business, and to be able to delineate what is what I call seed and what is called fruit. So if your first business after this graduation is $100,000, all of it is not for you to eat. It is not fruit. Part of it, and maybe a larger portion, possibly because you have loans to pay, is going to be seed. And when you sow that seed and plow it back into the business, you develop a dynamic of continuity for your business to expand. So you don't buy a car because it's a liability. And men, don't marry now. Or marry again now. And ladies, wait. All the jewels in Dubai will all be there. Have self-government. Be self-motivated. Be patient. Don't eat in the morning what you must eat in the night. Or don't sacrifice on the altar of the now and the precious and the pleasures of today the long-term gains. When I started Abiding Word Ministries, November 5th, 1988, last century, I walked into an office staff. I won't mention the office. I needed something, and it's bad enough when people look down upon you in a condescending manner. It's worse when they are sitting behind their desk and then they do their glasses like that. He looked at me and he said, "Are you not Forbes?" I said, "Yes. By the way, the surname is Forbes. Francis is the first name, so they got it the wrong way. But that's fine. I am Francis Forbes, not Forbes Francis." And he just said, "What do you think you'll ever do in this country? Why don't you get a job? Blah, 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 blah." You know, I wasn't bothered. And you must not be bothered, because what is priority, preeminent, and prominent, and non-negotiable for you is going to be optional for everybody else. There are people invited here who did not come. It's not their priority. But for some of us, it is a priority. So if you open your shop and you say, "Boy, advertise now, I can know," it doesn't matter. One fine day, like the bamboo shoot, you will shoot up tall and you'll have more businesses that you can manage. But you have to plan now, prepare now, organize yourself now, because that day is going to come. You need discipline. I introduced my pastor last November as we celebrated our 31st church anniversary, Dr. Mensa Otabil from Ghana. And he's taught me things that cannot fill the 10 fingers. And one of them was, he told me, whatever you do, always start on time. When you start on time, you're going to attract serious people. And I have serious people. So for you graduates, start on time. Open your shop. Don't advertise something at 8 and then you appear at 10:30. And then you have a fatalistic mindset that if God wanted me to buy from you, I will buy from you. No. Then don't say 8 a.m. Say as God wills. Another thing you must learn as graduates is to compartmentalize your life. You can imagine all the things staff does, all the things Antinde Jai does, all the things Mrs. Bensouda does, all the things the Minister of Finance does, all the things UNDP and everybody does, the things I do. Television, radio, speaking here. I have my speaking academy. I travel 8, 7, 9 times in the year in different. I am a husband. I am a father. I am a head pastor. There are many things you do. The answer to it for you is a word, and I hope it's not too big for you. It's called compartmentalization. You have to have compartments in your mind. So when the telenovela is on TV, tell yourself that these people have already made their money. The longer I watch them, the more money they make, the broker I become. So record it and leave it and do your own telenovela so somebody else can watch you. Last year or so, somebody died called Prince. And my sisters and my wife were, "You don't know who Prince is?" I asked them, "Does he know me? Does he know me?" And in his death, he made more money than I have now that I'm alive. So compartmentalize your life. We each have 24 hours a day. Let me tell you that when you start your business, you're going to get to a critical junction. And let me say this to you all. Everybody can go straight. The winners are the people who know how to take the turns. Because when you take a turn, it's a transition point in your life that can be a make or a break. So let me leave you with a concept that's called leading while you are bleeding. Only leaders can do that. You are leading, you are helping people, you are financing people, but you are broke. Sometimes we are preaching, but we are sick. And we are sweating and people think that he's a good preacher. It's malaria breaking out of our body. So you must learn to lead, graduates, while you are bleeding. Sometimes you have no money. So when we started our church, even glasses to drink were from my mother's house. But it's a different story today. There is this captain of a ship, the story is told about him, and I hope you can relate to this. Whenever his ship was in the waters and he saw a pirate ship coming, he would call his soldiers and say to them, "Bring me my red shirt." Because in his mind, as he fought with these pirates and they hurt him, the color of his blood, which is supposed to be red, will merge with the color of his shirt, so that his sailors will not be afraid and see that they have wounded their captain. Every time the pirate ships came, he called for his red shirt. Until a day, 10 pirate ships came. Then he called for his brown trousers. I hope that hasn't flown over your head. Gradians, I believe you've moved from skill, from talent to skill. You have been skilled. And that bridge has not closed. It's a continual mentorship process. When I said to somebody last year that my pastor is coming, he turned to me and said, "You have a pastor?" I said, "Yes, I do." Remember many years ago preaching in Baltimore, and the bishop said to me, "You have a pastor?" I said, "Yes." He said, "He better be darn good." And I said, "Well, I am the smoke, but he's the fire." Continue the mentorship. Never arrive. Mentorship's success is a function of your level of determination and some things you've given yourself as non-negotiable things. Ladies and gentlemen, I walked here with this, and maybe everybody thinks I have gifts for the Gradians. I don't. But I have a lesson. These are wristbands. These are wristbands. These are wristbands. These are wristbands. Okay, let me take my phones. And all these are wristbands. Every year in our church, we have a theme for the churches here, and we print these wristbands in the US. And here they are, 1 year. Doc, can you help me? Can you look at this? What does it say?
Manifested purpose.
Are you sure?
Manifested purpose.
Look at the second word carefully after manifested.
Poros.
It says poros. We bought and printed all these in the US for the church just to find out that we made a mistake. For you, don't ever go telling people Bahnani, Nanko manage, or Nanko Tipex. You add PBCO. For those of you who don't understand, I'm saying don't ever go anywhere and tell them we'll manage with it, we'll Tipex it, or put the Chinese cap and put a P. Here they are, 700. Cost us a lot of money. But in our thinking of excellence and qualitative service delivery, if it's not good for me, it is not good for you. We are not sending this to the children in the village who might want it and say, let's turn it inside out. Some of them glow in the night. But I've kept this, and every time, Taf, I have an opportunity to talk about this, I bring them out. You're looking at $750. So we had to print them all again and put the P. You want leadership? You want to be proud graduates and alumni and associates of TAF with the quality that he carries, with his family name, with the integrity that attracts this cadre and level of people. You have to have a non-negotiable, excellent service delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, if people come to your restaurant and they say there is a little hair, ladies' hair on the food, don't start arguing and fighting. You put it there, you don't put it there, you don't have the money, you can't pay me. No. While you are doing that, you may find that all the other people sitting there just get up and leave. Is it worth your fighting for one strand of hair at the expense of your reputation? especially now that we have TripAdvisor. So here they are. We will never use them. Are you ready to pay that price? If you are in construction, you never know how great a Gambian building is until you want to lay carpets. They never fit at the corner. Because you tell them 92.5, they do 92, and they say, Bahnani. Kendo kogis. But your gismeko, your hamdako, you know. But the joy today is just listening to the different interfaces, and you become the people who will help. We have things working for us in this country. I remember the first time I announced that a university was going to be built, I was excited. Yes, we had apprehensions as to its possibility. The reason I was not apprehensive and excited was that I felt we were going to stop hearing this phrase, "Nyonyoja janga," "Yananyoja ham," or the foreigners are taking our jobs, because we will also be taught critical thinking with an analytical mind and get to Tafla and be lectured with people whose lectures are worth credits in universities. So you get a good diploma. And so you see interfaces, people who have been Bank of America vice presidents, people who have done major things, they have come here. They are you, and you are they, if you choose to do what they did. That's a story about a man whose son wanted to play basketball, but he was short. The basketball hoop was about 3.5 meters, and every time he tried to throw the ball, it wouldn't go. And he was frustrated. His father told him, "Don't worry, son, one day you'll get it." After many months, he runs into the house and says, "Daddy, I've done it, come and see." And he's shooting and he's dunking because he cut the pole short to his height. Many years ago, that was called affirmative action. It's not going to help you. You have to rise up to the bar. You have to be determined that nobody's going to give me a free meal. These lectures you've gotten from these people, listen to them over and over again. 10 years down the line, let us hear that Mr. Shola Mahoney was buying something and he was told it's all paid for. I said, "Who?" Said, "Sir, you won't remember me, but you lectured me at Tafla." Do them proud. Do the institution proud. As I wrap up, let me say that please go out and show Gambia and the world what you are made of. You've been given toolboxes and a roadmap. It's all in your hands. People celebrate me almost everywhere I go. It's 32 years. Ups and downs, failures, betrayals, my own mistakes. But keep the end in your mind. You cannot get it all overnight. And unlike TAF, and excuse me to say that, you are not going to be made in another country. A lot of our Gambian stars, excuse the word, were made out of. He was thrown out from his country and landed in Nigeria. Incidentally, that's where I went to university. And I like to say this because it was a shock for me. We flew together from Banjul, got into Lagos. I checked into the hotel. He did what he was doing. Then he called me and said, "Pastor, our flight has been cancelled. We're taking another flight." He actually bought my ticket. I've been trying to pay him since. He has refused. And I like it. He's my member. So we flew together to Port Harcourt. I was being picked by the church, inviting me. He had everybody picking him up. Then he said, "Pastor, come and see our place. Come and pray for us." So I think one afternoon he sent his car. I went there and we were walking on the streets. He was on the left. I was on the right, like his financier. And there were 2 armed Nigerian mobile policemen. And And I turned to him and I said, can you imagine 2 Gambians being guarded by Nigerian military? He was thrown out, but his vision did not die. And he came back, and it's a global celebration by all means. You are next. You are next. You are next. And the 600 of you that are coming, you are next. But you have to do what he did. Be resolute, because I believe you found your purpose, your vocation, and in spiritual terms, maybe your calling. Be committed. Keep a learning heart. And please be normal, like Taf said. Be normal. If I had walked in here with my religious garb, some of you, chances are you'll be afraid. And so people ask me, so why are you like that? Just be normal. You open your enterprise. I know you have a card. CEO, MDE, plenipotentiary, extraordinary. No. Just put your name. And let me teach you something, graduates, because when you put certain abilities in your card, you limit yourself to what people will want you to do. So if my business card tells you Pastor Forbes or Francis Forbes pastor, and I give it to Mr. Woolabaj, you say, oh no, he's a pastor. But I do many things. And I do them well. So you just have Francis Forbes underneath anything you want. Ladies and gentlemen, as I end this afternoon, as you may have heard people say before, when you are actualizing your vision, graduates, go for the best. Take a spaceship if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, go for one of the PJs. If you can't afford it, fly commercial. If you can't afford it, use a helicopter. If you can't afford the helicopter towards your end goal, take a car. If the car cannot take you, take a motorbike. If the motorbike cannot take you, take a bicycle. If the bicycle cannot take you, take your legs. If your legs fail you, crawl. If you crawl, die. As long as you die in the direction of your vision, so they will write on your tombstone, he tried dying, she tried dying. As a graduate of TAFLA, as a graduate of TAF Leadership Academy, he or she tried dying. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. Happy New Year. That is my word to you. I love you all. Mwah!
Wow, I am not sure I am in the position to speak right now, but that was amazing. And Pastor Forbes, may the Almighty God bless your beautiful mind. Thank you so much for those wonderful words. Right about now, we have a short video highlighting the sessions from the TAF Africa Leadership Academy. So enjoy the video. Thank you.
After having been in business for almost 30 years,
and seen to be successful both in the Gambia and outside the Gambia, I decided to set up my foundation called TAF Africa Foundation. I was invited by the student union of the University of the Gambia in Tendaba as a guest speaker and a main sponsor. In there, I looked at the crowd and all I saw was, Gambia's future in these young students. For that reason, I came up with an initiative called the TAF Leadership Academy called TAFLA. What I thought at the time was that we needed to get these young people trained by offering them courses over a 12-month period. This we started in January 2019 and chose 12 different topics, lectures given by very prominent Gambians.
All of the transformational changes in the world have been pushed by young people. Mark Zuckerberg created Facebook in his 20s. Bill Gates started Microsoft in his 30s. So all the transformational leaders were your age. They were not my age or Taf's age. What Taf is doing is to create that basis because he has learned that that is when transformation happens, the age you're in.
As a transformational leader, you create an enabling environment, you try to work with society. That's a transformational leader.
Visions are those inner bodyguards that prevents you from collapsing your future in the process of building it because you think through the whole process.
When nobody is looking, when there's nobody to say do this, do that, how we are honest enough to say this is who I am, this is what I do, this is what it's all about.
This is done to help bring up these young potential and future leaders with the right values to lead our country into the next decade and beyond.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed that. I'll now invite Uncle Taf again to facilitate the awarding of certificates to all the graduates. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Pastor, are these yours? Great. So we will move on with the graduation. I will just call out the names and would be honored to have some of the great personalities that are around to hand over these certificates. Can I please call on the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs to please come up and give out, the first 4 or 5 certificates. I like people putting people on the spot. Yeah, you're my young brother, that's true, but today you have a huge portfolio. So if you just stand there, we'll call them up now. Can we have Mahmoud Juve to come up? Okay, I think you just go there. Great, and then after him it's Gore Bijalo. Let's have also Lamin Barrow. And Abdul Karim Baji. That's Abdul Karim Baji, huh? Okay, Honorable Minister, I will let you go now because I know you're on leave. Actually, he's on leave and he had to be here. So thanks for coming. Now, can I also please have Madam Bensouda please to give us the honor to hand out the next sets of certificates. Mam Kodu Dabo, let's have Mam Kodu. By the way, Mam Kodu designed these outfits. Then Ibrahima Y. Jallo.
Ibrahima Y. Jallo. Then Lalo Bajo. And then Usman Jangha. Usman, okay. That's Usman Jangha, yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Madam Bensouda. Can we have Shola Joyner, please, to come up? Sorry, Mahoney. I always confuse Mahoney and Joyner. Sorry about that. Because Shola is one of the lecturers that delivered a lecture to the graduates. So please, if you stand there, just give us the honor of handing out these graduates, this certificate, sorry. Where was I? I think Usman, Jesse J. Da Costa. Then Veronique Malik. Mane. Veronique Mane. That's Veronique. Then Mustafa Sonko. Yusuf Ambu. Thank you, Sola. Thank you so much. Can we have Mohammed Jagana, my brother and friend? Jagana delivered the first lecture, which was on futuristic vision. I don't know why I always confused by forensic. I don't know why. Futuristic vision. And after Yusuf Ambub, we have Aminata Silla. Then Binta Sala, Binta Sala. Then Rohi Fofana. And then Isa Tuketa. Isa Tuketa, though? Okay, all right. Isa Tuketa, that's done, huh? Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you, Jagana. You know, I told you I have some friends who have traveled, you know, far just to come and join us. So, Mabuso, please do us an honor. Because these people have been with us since yesterday and they intend to stay up to Friday or Saturday. I know you are a retiree, but we are honored to have you here. So let's have, after Aissatou Keta, Aminata Jaite. Then Lamin Saho. Aliou Diallo. Thank you, Mabuso. Mabuso, I told you he's my long-term friend. He's my partner in everything, in crime and everything. I will not spill the beans, don't worry. Huh? So let's also have Nabu Masser, Nabu Fall. Madame Nabu Fall is from Côte d'Ivoire. So you can see we're very Pan-African. And Nabu will do us the honor to come and hand over these certificates. The last one was Lamin Saho, so I'm getting confused now. Aliou Diallo. Dauda Cham, please. Mohammed Kanji. Yeah, Imam. You see, they were clapping. He's my Imam. Huh? He leads us in prayers when we're there, when we're doing the program. And Ibrahim El Damfa. And Omar Sisse. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nabu. Thank you so much. Can I have also Iba, General Iba Gabarjo, please come do us an honor. Iba also traveled from Dakar to join us in these celebrations. So Aissatou M. Bokum. Maimuna Jabi.
and Mansour Sen. Thank you so much. Thank you, General. Thank you. Can we have Alaji Alpha Bari to join us out? Alpha, somebody mentioned about Alpha yesterday, and I will spill the beans. You know, sorry, I have to. You know, my brotherhood and Alpha, I'm the bad cop and he's the good cop. But we go a very long way, and I have to say this. Actually, all of my businesses, you will see, we had a brochure actually we're making. Alpha is the director. I mean, anything that I have in mind, I've got the disruptive entrepreneurial mind. So I go to him and just throw it to him. Anybody who knows Alpha will know that Alpha is very calm. Me, I am up and down the hill. So he tries to convince me at times to slow down, and I will insist. Then he will tell me, okay, Bahna. You know, so at times I'll come back, and you know, we always done things together for a very long time. I think it has been said, and I think Alpha, as a brother, I'm not embarrassing you, but in this country today, there are a lot of waves being created. He's discreetly behind it and in a very positive way. So let us give an applause to this great man, Alpha Bari. So Alpha, I'm sorry about this. I know you like being discreet and quiet, but we just have to say it. Jerejef Barbu Tutila, I could defu Daradogo Dega. Thank you. So for the CC, did I skip anybody? For the CC. For the bio, okay. Malik Mbalo. And Modlamin Sise. Where's Modlamin Sise? Thank you, Alaj Alpha. Thank you so much. Now let's have, is Mansour around? Mansour Samba? Mansour? Mansour, come up, please. Mansour, it's my cousin and my big brother. You know, in the Sambian and the Fayen and the big clan, today he's a Khalifa. And Mansour also came over with his wife, Anambai. You know, they also drove from Dakar to join us. So we'll give him the honor to hand over, you know, these certificates. Musa Abaji.
Babu Karmboj. Adama Fai. And Sheikh Sadibu Sanyang. Thank you so much. Thank you. Merci, Mansour. And now, can I have also Maser Aisata do us a favor and an honor? You see, this is the you see UNDP res rep. I need to pronounce the right res rep, huh? Yeah, UNDP res rep Aisata. But you will notice that she's been here for all these 2 days, and you know how busy they are. So she's really committed, to our cause. So Aisata will say a big thank you. So let's have Ibrahima Jobate to come up. John Mendy. And Fatoumata Dabo. Thank you, Azada. Merci. When you have somebody who's bringing money to your business, you have to do something to please him. So, Andrew, we signed the MOU yesterday, and you should bring the money for our business. So, can you do us the honor to hand out these certificates, please? Andrew Chifonda, he's the MD of Shelter Afrique. By the way, Andrew was supposed to leave this morning, and then A-Sky had a technical, and so that's why he's back here with us. But you know what? I tried to convince him that, look, you need to stay for Thursday. And he gave me all the excuses. But you see, man disposes, man proposes, and then God disposes. That's why you are here with us. So let's have Fatoumata Kamara, please. Our guy. And Abdullah Singate.
Thank you. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you so much. Amongst our midst also, we have my very long-time friend, who just drove in last night across the ferry just to be here. Actually, he was supposed to be in Canada by now, but he did everything possible to be here. So can I ask Gora Sek, please, to come and join us and hand out these certificates. Gora is one of my long-term friends. We go back some maybe 20-something years ago. But one thing that bonds us together, very strong now, we do all the gamos, So Gora will do us the honor to hand out the certificates to Asan Job. And Musa Balde. Gora, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Again, Gora came with my very good friend, Monsieur le Maire. Monsieur le Maire, please, can you join us? This is the mayor of Gejowai, Mr. Alun Sal. He also left everything that he was doing to join us. He came last night, And Monsieur le Maire, everybody knows that if you are here, Monsieur le President is here. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming, Monsieur le Maire. That's Alun Sal. And can we have Cheikh Tidiane Jai? Did I call Musa Balde? So, Cheikh Tidiane Jai. And then Maria Madamfa. And Ramatulai Jallo. Merci beaucoup. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alun. Thank you so much. We are honored. Huh? And by the way, I know Alun comes, for the past 2 years or 3 years. I mean, I get Mustafa Si, Sayyid Mustafa Si, Ibnu Sayyid Abdul Aziz Al Amin. He comes to visit me every year. And all of us are connected through that link. And all we do is just follow our passion. So every year he drives all the way to Dakar to come and join us. So the last but not the least, we have one more graduate or graduate, whatever. And I would like to call on this gentleman. Before I call him, he also did everything to be here. So most of you have seen him online. He's an inspirational speaker, powerful, and you will connect to him. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Chon Nyang. Well done. Appreciate it. Thank you. Great. I'm sure you guys know Chon, huh? You've heard about him. One time, what happened was, we have our VU. Our VU New Perseverance, we have our group. And his video went viral, and everybody was just talking about him. I said, oh, Chon is my friend. What I didn't tell what? Chon Samarakala. mais suñu rakk yi nekk ci kanam la they're breaking this now past the glass ceiling. So Chon did everything possible to be here too to celebrate with us. So we are really privileged and honored. Thank you. So let's have Abi Sise to come and receive her certificate. He who laughs last laughs best. So we clap for you, huh? What's the name? No, please. Okay. No, you still stay there. I'm in control, Chona. Just stay there. Yeah, Satang Dumbuya. We have the last one is Satang Dumbuya, actually. Thank you so much. John, still stay there. And, okay, that's fine. Now, you know me, I like surprises. And today is your birthday. So, please, can we have the ladies, my team out there? And I want all of us to sing happy birthday for Mr. Chon Yang. It's his birthday today. Actually, he should have been in the US for his birthday, but it was only for us that he came here, so he deserved a treatment. So, Chon, please go down and cut your cake. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chon. Happy birthday to you. Fallen, not Fallen. Where are the Fallens? Ah, that's Nabu there. Nabu is over there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have Chon here without giving him a mic. So I think, one, he deserves it because it's his birthday. And then two, he needs to inspire these kids here. You know, we've all seen Chon in various places all over the continent or all over the globe. So Chon, do us a favor. Just talk to these young ones, even us, the elderly, for 5 minutes. You don't need to be on the spot. I've seen you perform. Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. Njai. It is a privilege for me to be here today in my own home. When I'm in Gambia, I'm in Senegal. It's Senegambia. And you give me a privilege to come back and be among us, one of the finest young people of our continent, the young people of Gambia. Give yourself a round of applause. As you said earlier, you know, I never, spend my birthday away from my family because this is the first time in my life because I'm always traveling around. And today I was supposed to go back to America, but when I got your message last week, again, I said, you know what? The work you do, it's so unprecedented that align with what the pastor talked about earlier with my calling. I've defined earlier, a few years ago, that my calling in life is that I have to play a part in what our founding fathers in Africa has dreamed about. Just a few years ago, it's not long ago, just 50, 60 years ago, there was some young people like us who traveled to the UK, who traveled to France, who traveled to different parts of the world. Those young people were named the Nkrumahs, the President Jawaras, the Senghors, the Patrice Lumumbas. And they had some dreams in them that they wanted to come back home after their studies and to do something special for their countries. They wanted to liberate their countries. They wanted to give them independence. They wanted to control the future of our countries. And that, they have succeeded. But beyond doing that, they dreamed about something that some of them never got a chance to see, which is a free Africa, economically, a Africa that our young Mamadou or Fatou from the villages of Kafuta, or in Wakunguna, in Salum, in Kaolack, can have the same opportunity as my son El Haja in Washington, D.C. They dreamed about a day that our politicians can get sick and go to our hospitals in Senegal, go to our hospitals in Banjul, and find the right doctors. A day that maybe people in the UK or in France can take their private jets to come here to find the best doctors in the world. These are the dreams. These are the dreams of my founding fathers and your founding fathers. They dreamed about a day maybe that we, Africa, 60% of the edible land here in the world is here in Africa. And I know that they dreamed about that one day, not only we will feed ourselves, but we will feed the world. How come we have the flat land, the sun, the youngest population in the world, but until today we are being fed by other countries that only have 6 months out of the year of sun? There is a problem for that. My brother, this is why I decided to leave Washington, D.C. This is why I decided, my brothers and sisters, with everything that I've acquired, with President Obama, with Akon, with the millions I've made, to go back to my home country in Senegal, in a small village, to buy a land and to farm, to make sure we feed our own self. Because whomever is feeding you is controlling you. And we depend on you. You are the dreams of our grandfathers. You are the ones that we were waiting for. You are the ones who will realize that dream. Among you, we see the future presidents, the future ministers, the future Dangotes, the future Mr. Yais, and etc. And I want you tonight to think about, when you go home, the role you will play in what will transform Africa. No one will come from anywhere in the world to come here and transform the continent for us. And that time is now. It is not tomorrow, it is now. If we can have a young Mark Zuckerberg who can come up with a Facebook that transforms the world, we can have the future leaders of the world to come right here from Gambia or from Senegal. That's why the work you do is very important. And all of us should support you, should do everything possible to make sure that you know that we appreciate you. Because what you do is the work for all of us, especially you, the diaspora. Some of you watching from the diaspora or here from the diaspora, please think about our young people in the villages who are hopeless, whom I met in Seta. Some from here, Gambia, try to get to the back ways to go chase a dream that doesn't exist anymore in Europe or the United States. The future is here. This is the greatest place to be in the world. Everyone understand it. Everyone understand that the future is Africa, but Africans. The Chinese are here. Europeans are here. If you go to Senegal right now, Turkey is there. Russia is here. Everyone understand it, but we don't, but us. And it is our job, us who are up front, to let our young brothers and sisters know. I'm not going to tell you don't travel, because I travel to the United States. Travel as much as you can. Go as far as you can. Learn as much as that you can. But always remember that the end goal is here. We have to build Africa, and now. And Africa needs you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sean, and special birthday wishes to you. My boss is looking at me and I'm smiling already. At this point, I'd like to invite Mr. Abdoulaye Singate to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of his fellow leaders. Put your hands together for Mr. Abdoulaye Singate.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's already good evening already. We're heading towards the later part of the day. But special greetings to Antindai, Pastor. I don't know whether I'll be able to say anything much better than the words that you spelled and feed on us. Uncle Taf never told us that the leadership will end today. We thought it ended last Friday. Indeed, we had another session today. So, fellows, let's add that one as well to the 13th session. Thank you very much for those words. To Uncle Taf, greetings from your boys and girls. To honorable dignitaries, far and wide, diaspora within the Gambia, living your valuable time and spending these precious moments with us from yesterday to today. Greetings to you. My name is Abdoulaye Singate, one of the TAFLA fellows for the first cohort, final year student at the University of the Gambia. Briefly, I want to say something on our long journey with TAF Africa Global. It's been an amazing ride from last year, 2018 to 2019, up to today. You look and reflect, you will tend to say it's been 1 year, how fast, how quick it has been. But I just want to say it has been a very big marathon for all of us. A lot of sacrifice has been put in place. It's been a process of being practical. It's been a process of being very visionary, which goes to Mr. Mustafa Njai here. From the very moment we met, in year 2018, I can say around September, towards the end of the year, how busy the schedules are. We met as students of the university to discuss with him how best he can support our student union to make sure that we stage a week-long program that we call the Students' Week. From that great initiative, just a click, from it, just an email, he just replied to say, Abdoulaye, and copied his entire team. Can we have a meeting from next week on the 20th by 2 p.m.? Within 5 minutes of the meeting, he finalized what he wanted to do with us. He said, Pam, your idea is brilliant. I'm going to commit $400,000 to the University of the Gambia. That really stood out for us as young leaders representing the University of the Gambia. We commit ourselves to say there are a lot of young Gambians, there are a lot of Gambian businesses going on in this country. But having to write letters to many sectors, but he came up, then we have to make him proud. Come to the 5th of January in Tendaba, upon his arrival, we had the Scout Band to welcome Uncle Taf with his delegation, with our university authorities, with everyone, other stakeholders, ministers from government, and other key stakeholders. Mr. Taf got really pleased and made a commitment that we have to take this forward. Taking it forward is what brought us to a day like this. Thank you very much, Mr. Taf. Quickly after the Students' Week, Uncle Taf took us for a dinner, the leadership of the University Student Union. From that dinner, we brainstormed. The idea was raw. We had no idea, but the vision was we have to move this to another level. How can he connect back from his last quarter to the second quarter. We are the second quarter, but he is the last quarter. To connect to these quarters, Mr. Taft said, now we have a leadership academy. From the session we had with on innovation, or on futuristic vision, to his last moments last week on passion, every moment has been special. A lot of resources been spent, a lot of energy been spent. It's been amazing to see our colleagues here, my fellow travelers, to commit a Sunday, every Sunday, last Sunday of a month, to have specific sessions. It was an amazing privilege for us to be able to have one of the best Gambians ever you could ever imagine, mounting amazing platforms in the African continent and other parts of the world to fly into this country and have special sessions with us. This we consider as privilege. This we consider as something that we will never forget in our life. Uncle Taft, as we open here today and leave this door, it's like a ranch is open and animals are out to go out. So now whether you go out to fetch for us, or what we do on our own absolutely determines the future of this country, the future of Africa, and the future of the world. My fellow Taft. When we say thank you to Uncle Taft, we can say thank you without saying thank you to the gallant team that's behind Mr. Taft. We have Hussein, we have Hassan, we have Bajen, and all the other team, the Taz, Sawane, Alpha, and all the others who started the entire journey with us. The first cohort is really appreciated for the great work you've done. We can see that you also left your weekends to be with us, to guide us, to run after us. When we go out for quick breaks, I see how all of you will come for us to make sure that we go and the session continues. On behalf of my fellows, we say, we really appreciate this. We say thank you very much, Usainu and Hassan and the entire team for those kind of great things that you did for us. To the audience that are here today, I can say we're on the right path. Because here, this what we wore today is designed by a Tafla fellow. I can attest to the fact that few years to come, all of us, if not a very good number, will run into him as one of the best entrepreneurs in this country. We have Usman Janga here, who designed this outfit. The innovation that we talked during our lesson is already rolling in his head, and I know that applies to all the Tafla fellows here. Something great will come out from the lessons we learn. Already Usman is someone who is applying it. We have Mankodu, we have economists, we have mathematicians, we have nurses and doctors, people mounting big positions in this country that are part of this fellowship. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the people that you will see at round tables, indoor meetings, board meetings with in this country, moving out of this office today, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow. These are people who are going to take up this country. To conclude, I would just want to say, it's been an amazing period to associate ourselves with Uncle Taft. We are sorry for taking your weekends away from you. We are sorry for putting you to test with the 6 packs. But definitely, we've really learned a lot. And never be formal, because for your informal moments with us were really the best moments that we had. Fellows, am I right? One of the key words that we learned with him was Nyambar. Nyambar's Yahoo sale. So this is a wall of profile that he always shares with us. We have a lot of amazing moments with him, and this is something that we cherish forever. To the upcoming ones coming, those who are here and they have applied, be rest assured of an amazing journey, of an amazing 1 year that you're going to take. It takes a lot of commitment, it takes a lot of sacrifice, being in your final year or in your, in the university, to be able to commit your time and resources to go to the Tafla sessions, especially on a Sunday and midday. Our Christian brothers will have to rush to church and later join us to make sure that they make it to this Tafla session, to show you how valuable, how grateful we are. Uncle Taft, Jarama.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdullahi. My job here is officially done. But before I hand over to Uncle Taft to officially close this gathering, I just want to extend my sincerest gratitude to you and your entire team for again giving me the opportunity to host Tafcon. I am appreciative of this kind gesture. And just to inform you that I and my team of 5 women will obviously be available to MC all of your events when the need arises. So feel free to take my contact or card whenever you're ready. Thank you so much. Uncle Taf, you're welcome, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. I think everything has been said. I mean, certain things, if you add it on, it will just spoil the soup. So we need to wrap up now. But before we wrap up, I mean, somebody told me that there's a guy who also had another portrait for me. I'm getting so many surprises with portraits these days. But I found out they learn to make me look more handsome than the reality. But whilst we're doing that, I have really friends who are pouring in for this celebration. And I'm pleased about it. I mean, people who are close to me do know that I have taken something from my mom. And what they say is that, you know, dom ju gor ndeyam. This moya daf ma yaxasi xew. All this going around is just about hell, burger hell. Sorry, it's about celebration. And I'll tell them what I did with you. You know, in Nigeria, I do hells and celebrations in different style. Eno's mom passed away, and in Nigeria, when somebody old, elderly passes away, you celebrate. So me and my partner Alpha, we had to go to Equitable, and join Eno, in the burial. And I was telling her when she came 2 days ago that the best part of the burial was the after party. We had a nice after party. You remember the young lady who was playing the saxophone? But that's my Nigerian side, huh? In Nigeria, when you've crossed a certain age, after burial, we party. And we party very well. I think just wrapping up, does he want to come up now before I just say my vote of thanks? Okay. Well, thank you so much. I mean, these are the things that happen in life, Whilst you think that you are trying to do good, there are some, who will do better than you. Let me see. Babakar is crossing the ferry, so let me just put this off quickly. I want to use something on my phone. Because I just want to call out the list of personalities, who are on their way. Some are flying in today, some are on the ferry. From Nigeria, I have Taiwo Adesina, who comes for a law firm. They are lawyers in Lagos. And then we have Mahmoud Tukur. Mahmoud is one of my directors, but the CEO and MD of Eluno Oil, some oil and gas people. Then Mr. Basil Omi, Basil is the chairman of Stanbic IBTC. He's also he's my chairman actually in Nigeria. I will tell you that in Nigeria, and something that you need to learn in my expansion in Africa, I never take more than 55% of my business. I share. And that's one lesson to learn. If you want to expand in Africa or anywhere, always go for local partnership. So for me, it's a law when I get into a place, I look for very credible locals and partner with them. So my chairman is a very strong guy. I mean, those who come from Nigeria know that he's a super big boy. So when they speak, people listen. So he's the chair, and he's flying in tonight, Mr. Basil Omiyi. And then coming with the wife, Mrs. Mary Omiyi. Mr. Mutiu Sumunu, also who was the managing director and chairman of Shell Africa, is also flying in. And he's the chairman of Julius Berger in Nigeria. He's also one of my directors. And coming in with his partner, Ms. Ekiti Okoro. Dr. Osanakpo, SAN. When we say SAN, means Queen's Counsel, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You know now, Bob, that's in your area. Huh? He's a partner and also a lawyer, our lawyers, and he's also flying in. Didier Akwete is coming from Togo. DJ, you know DJ, huh? Was the Africa Search? Yeah. He's also coming from Togo. And MKO Bologun from Nigeria, he does our facilities management. So he's coming in. Babakar, as I said, he's coming with across the ferry now with Babakar Ngom of Sedima. You know Babakar Ngom. If you're in Senegal, you know Babakar Ngom of Sedima. He's also an old-time friend. We all, went across the continent as young entrepreneurs. Also coming is Ibrahim Sheikh Jong. They're driving together. Ibrahim is a good friend of mine, and we partner a lot. Taibo Mbai is also coming in tomorrow. Taibo of Mazar, he's the senior partner of Mazar in Senegal. And together with Mustafa Njai Notaire. I hope I haven't left any of my good ones. I just want for the records that, I asked them, I told them that, look, it's best if you come in and be here for Thursday. So they would have been here, but they're quite busy. So I want to appreciate them, for leaving, everything behind to come and join us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are at the very end, and I just want to say a very big thank you. I mean, when you are sitting there, you will not realize how big this is. You actually appreciate it better sitting here. And yes, Madam Bensouda, you are right. This is the best we have heard. So I feel good, I feel proud, and it's because of you. I mean, starting from the media, you can see the production here. This is top notch. We can blow our own trumpet. We can have this in Washington. You can have this in Japan. But yes, we're in the Gambia. Yesterday, actually, I was very emotional when I went to ease myself in the bathroom. Have you been in the bathroom? All branded. I didn't know that was going on. But that's how good my team is. My team deserve a loud applause. Actually, and you don't know how they get connected, because as we operate, we have a team in Nigeria. I mean, there are people here who are from Nigeria. I have one of our members of staff who is now in Turkey, Alpha. Alpha is in, where is it, in Turkey or Cyprus. We sent him on training in Cyprus. Alpha is streaming all this while he's there. And that is technology today. We don't all need to be in this room to make things happen. So I think I owe a very big word of gratitude to my team. I have a team. That's what I've worked for, sweated for all my life. And it's evident. You would not believe the things that are happening. As we say, people from Neka, everything they pray for is chat. We had a chat actually with this program. You know what? We had a 40-page brochure. 40-page, nicely done. Actually, the guy who was designing here had, issues, so we had to fly in somebody from Nigeria. And that's what we do. We don't take excuses. So we flew in a graphic designer, Joshua. I'm sure he's still here with us. Where's Joshua? We flew Joshua from Nigeria just to come and do the design for the brochure. And this was sometime in early part of December. And then we didn't want to print it here. We printed it in Turkey. And then 800 kg of brochures, we wanted to fly it in. So it was with TNT, whatever. I think they shipped it before Christmas. But guess what? Today is the 8th. It's not here. But again, that's a lesson to learn from these kids. When Usainu and Hassan, who are my generals, you see them always around me, huh? My nephews, you see them, they are my generals. Yesterday, one of them was so upset. And this is something I want you also to take away. Patience. And again, you have your intentions, our good intentions. We spent a lot of money to bring it here. We did everything possible. But lolu moy chatbi. So it's not here. I take it ne lolu na neka chatgi. But in life also, and again giving you my own experience, at times you push for things, but there's a reason why it shouldn't be here. So you need to realize as youngsters that, well, okay, I've done everything possible. And honestly, we did everything possible to get the brochures here. But there's nothing more we can do. And that's the other part of me. I chill out. When I cannot really do it, I just say, okay, that's not meant to be, and please take that away. Whilst I say thank you, there are 3 things I want you to take away with you. 1, be patient. 2, be tolerant. 3, be contented. Doylu. Nit dafa doylu. What is now killing us is greed. We need to have a limit to say it's enough. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Fatubom, we have to give you, special thank you. We know what you're going through. You've left everything possible. Everything that you were doing, you were not here for New Year. So you flew in purposely just for this. But you've done it for your country. We know you're doing a lot of things around. Yes, you are breaking the glass ceiling, but words cannot just express how grateful we are. And I'm sure everything that you've done here will be remembered by these young ones. So thank you so much. We're most grateful. To all our international guests, we say a very big thank you. The parties go on, enjoyment still goes on, but we say thank you. My sisters, my brothers that, took time to be here. My friends, family, loved ones, words cannot just stop. Finally, again, I thank my dear wife. The best part of me and my wife is the moko de buga jow. Why smoko jow fi nit ñi dañ bari torop. So nako bayi nun. But we complement each other. We are different. She's really giving me space for what I do. She gave me a lot of space. I fly around, I go everywhere. And Eno, I will quote you. When Eno was celebrating her 46th birthday, Eno flew in here, and she was one of the first who did her birthday at Coco Ocean. In style, Nigerian style. Ovation magazine covered it. And Eno, you can see Eno, huh? Shall I embarrass you? You can see how beautiful she is. And Eno came with all these beautiful ladies, just to come and celebrate. And I offered her immediately to host a party at my house. So I went to Jati and said, look, I've got my friends here. And I've already given my word to host a party. And then she goes into the kitchen and it starts. And that's how she's been with me. Anybody I bring home, she looks after them. So she owes the final thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, THANKYOU. Thank you.
Africa Global is pleased to launch Dalaba Housing Estate. Dalaba Housing Estate is our newest estate located on the Sukuta Jabang Road. You can buy a finished 2 or 3 bedroom house or service plots accompanied with a free fence and gate. At Dalaba Housing Estate, you get to enjoy bituminized roads, gated and fenced properties, solar street lights, water reticulation, public amenities, 1,500 fruit trees aligned in streets, and many more. Make a 40% down payment today and spread the balance conveniently for 10 years with GTBank, Ecobank, and Trust Bank. Terms and conditions apply. Wait, this is the best part. We are giving a discount on outright payments. For more information and exceptional service, please call our office line on +220 4410 Better still, call us on mobile or via WhatsApp on +220 376 2333 or +220 776 2333. You can also visit our website on www.tafafricahomes.com. TAF Africa Global. Our experience is global. Our focus is Africa.
TAF is probably the pioneer of real estate development, housing availability, affordable housing for the Gambian.
He came with a different image, different discipline. It changed, it carried some along to copy.
I see Taf Jai as a beacon of light in a dark place because he brings light to the lives of people everybody has met.
It's the human side of Mustafa that really puts him on a high pedestal. He doesn't only see it as a profit-making company. He invests into other non-profitable ventures, startups and conferences, just to put the Gambian people, to put the Gambia on a pedestal, to make a difference.
Well, TAF Africa Global is a conglomerate of all the businesses that I did. You know, at one time I was doing construction, you know, I did hotel business, I did plant management, you know, and then the building material business. So we get to a point where in 2008, I said, look, I want to now move away from being an entrepreneur to running a corporation. You know, I had always thought that, look, I need to expand beyond the Gambia. You get to a point where you realize in business, you can be a big fish in a small pond. You know, so I realized that, look, the Gambia, as its size is too small, to a certain degree, relatively. And if I wanted to expand, you know, to follow my vision, I need to look beyond the borders of this country.
In the past 4 years, we have shifted our focus towards the delivery of high-quality, modern, affordable housing in the Gambia and beyond.
We have renewed our vision of building 1,000 homes each year in the Gambia for the next 10 years. We have committed all our resources to making this happen while changing the infrastructural landscape for our beloved country.
We have over 130 properties under our portfolio today, both commercial and residential. With over 85% occupancy, my team work around the clock, ensuring the satisfaction of our tenants and investors.
To date, we are confident to say that we offer the highest quality houses at the lowest prices in the Gambia. Additionally, we take great pride in being first and one of the very few property developers in the Gambia that fully deliver what we promise to our clients.
As a successful entrepreneur in a country like the Gambia, we have realized that all that we have made and the name that we have built up under the TAF Africa Global Operations started from the Gambia. So we need to give back to our community, and giving back through our corporate social responsibility, we thought that we need to look at all these initiatives where we will create a huge impact in the community, by mentoring, by giving back to the very young of our dear motherland.
This is an event organized by the TAF Foundation, and it is the first TAF Icon celebration.
The TAF Icon is to recognize Gambians that have worked in their lives but have given back.
The TAF Africa Foundation is pleased to present the Mid-10 TAF Icon Award to Janet Bajan Young for her profound contribution to the social, national development of the Gambia through music, cultural education, and the performance of arts.
We are here this evening to recognize and honor Auntie